This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey y'all, hope you're doing good. Sorry, I had to shut the door. My husband's watching, I don't even know how you say his name. I call him Assmongold. I call him Assmongold. I don't know what his name is, but he's watching that, so I had to shut the door. It's so good to see you all. Hey, Hio, and Teresa, Anders, Bad Girl, JPL, Heather, Boomer, good to see you. Toxic, hope you're doing better. You too, Bad Girl. Mayla's mom, Serena, Ava Slim, Manda, good to see y'all. Amy Lynn, that girl, Sue Joy, good to see you. Jill, Jen Absolute, good to see you. Cajun Juju, Jill Corby, M. Brant, good to see you. Manda and Bad Girl, good to see y'all. If I missed your name, please comment and I will get you. Solistic Glow. Meemaw. Good to see you. Good to see you. Assmongold. That's how you say it. I call him Assmongold. Oh, goodness. The kids have been playing in the snow. Have y'all got snow where you're at? We got, I don't know, probably about 6 inches of snow. They've been having like the best time ever. So we are going to start with this interview I put out last night of the 4th period teacher. Now she's got a little bit of a different perspective of Maddie.
Thursday.
I found it interesting. I mean, it brings home the point that Maddie was not just a child anymore. She was becoming a young lady, a teenager, a young adult, and it makes me question whether she kind of fought back that night and told Stephen, no more. I don't like this. I don't want to do this. Stop, So we're going to listen to it together and I'll get your thoughts on it as well. Hey, Thomas and Meemaw, Solistic Glow. I think I said y'all, but I wanted to make sure. Hey, Abellis. Good to see you, love. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started.
February 29th, 13:53 hours. This is Detective Francis Hunt for OCSO case 24-011313. Can you state your full name?
Linda Madeline Rasmussen.
How do you spell your last name?
Rasmussen.
And then what's your birthday, Linda?
4/17/1967.
What's the good phone number for you?
They redacted the phone number.
Do you mind if I get just a little bit closer to you?
Hey, Donna.
Thank you. Cool. And the phone sometimes doesn't pick everything up. Cool. So, what's your role here?
7th grade.
They're redacting it.
I also teach Eagle Express in the morning tutoring.
Okay. And for how long have you worked here?
This is my 8th year.
Wow. Were you a teacher before?
My 9th.
Okay. Sometimes it gets like that, right? How long have you been a teacher for?
My 8th, 9th year. I work for OCPS now well over 15.
Okay.
I started as
Hey,
a
Miss Holmes.
substitute teacher, then I became a physical education para.
Okay.
Left for a year and a half, worked as director over at the Chick-fil-A, then came back as teaching.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Got a long and varied career.
I found that interesting. It sounds like she's very knowledgeable. She would be a good teacher. She's was a manager at the Chick-fil-A and then came back to teaching. She sounds like an awesome person.
So in total, what you said, 15 years
Yeah.
here at OCPS about. Gotcha. All right. So you teach 7th grade regular. In any of your class periods, do you have a young lady by the name of?
Madeline Soto.
Yes, she's in my 4th period.
Okay. She's 4.
Right after lunch.
Got it. And about what time is that?
On a regular day, it is 12.
Hey, Beach Bum. Good to see you.
12:38 after the recharge till about 1:30.
Got it. So how is this your first year?
Yes.
Got it. So you've known her for what, 7-ish months now? Okay. And can you, as someone who's known her for about 7 months, can you tell me a little bit about her? Like, describe her to me.
She's very on and off, very quiet, very chatty with some of the girls.
So again, she references her being quiet. She says she's chatty with the girls, which, young 12, 13-year-old girls are. They make friends. I used to get in trouble for talking in class because my voice is so loud. Like right now, I don't even use a microphone. I just sit in front of my laptop and the microphone from my laptop picks my voice up. And I've even had to turn it down because I just have such a loud voice. So I used to get in trouble all the time. Like me and 6 girls could be talking in class and I would be the one to get in trouble because my voice is so loud. And so again, I'm just relating that because, that's what young girls do. We're talkative, we're social. And it's good to hear that she had friends and stuff that she talked to during class, even though, that's not what you want your child to do. It's normal. And I'm glad to know that she had that and, friends. Hey, Karen.
I mentioned to Miss McCottom the specific girl she chose. Of course, as a teacher, you separate them.
Yes.
And then you think you're picking on them, but kind of where she would zone out a lot.
Okay.
To where I'd have to redirect, hey, are you taking your notes?
So the zoning out, most of the time you take Adderall or Ritalin or any of the other array of, they're actually stimulants for ADHD. When you take that, it's so you can focus and not zone out. So that was a little concerning to hear that she does it a lot. Like if she was taking her Adderall, that shouldn't be a symptom. And this was 4th period. It's not like it's at the end of the day when it could have possibly worn off. You know what I mean? Beach Bum said, happy Saturday, everyone. Praying for our Los Angeles friends. And real quick, I did want to ask y'all to please say a prayer for LA. I've heard a lot of it's burned to the ground. I also heard that they were doing something and like they drained the water supply. And so there's not even water in the fire hydrants or something. And then there's videos of people like throwing gas cans just to keep fires going or starting fires. It's just really a mess. So please keep them in your thoughts and prayers today. I push play.
Do you need any help?
Gotcha. What's her behavior like?
This last week, prior to her, she was a bit flippant, a bit rolling the eyes.
Okay.
And normally she's just really quiet, reserved, keeping to herself. But she seemed to get a little bit of an attitude, but not she wouldn't disrespect me. Just, you get the students that roll their eyes and it's like, okay,
Okay.
you're not liking me moving you here. That's okay. I get that.
So again, she talks about what we quote as a flippant attitude and says she's rolling her eyes. Now, she says the week before she left, she had been like that. Now, I question, did she know Stefan was coming back? Like, did her mom say, Stefan's going to come with next week to help? Was she irritated and, stressed out about that? Was she stressed out because her mom had just started a new job and so the schedules kind of changed? It was different for her. And was she having a hard time coping with that? Or was she just being a normal teenager? We all have a normal person. We all have good weeks and bad weeks. We have attitudes sometimes more than we would have attitudes at other times. So was she just being, normal, kind of moody teenage girl? Y'all let me know what you think. And Indie Girl came in. I wanted to say hey to you. Good to see you all.
Was there anything in
Hey,
particular
Rachel.
that was like, I guess, agitating her that you can remember?
She didn't seem agitated unless you spoke to her directly or if I reminded her you need to be taking your notes or stuff like that. But
so normal stuff. It's just this last week, she's been responding.
Correct.
Just different with more attitude. Is that, I guess it's not common of her from the way you're describing.
No, she's normally quiet. Like I said, she's normally quiet. She's
So again, was there something different about that week? Was it because her mom was in training and at work? Did she know Stefan was coming back? Or like I see some of you guys saying in the comments, Beach Bum said, I have an attitude all the time. Jill said she became 13 years old that week. I have a 13-year-old rolling eye. Oh my gosh. I have a 13-year-old rolling eye out of the room girl. Yeah. And again, I've got 3 girls here and they all roll their eyes at me. And I have to say, I don't know who you're rolling your eyes at, but it sure ain't me. And they say, nope, wasn't you. It was my sister. Yep. So again, was she just, becoming, as they grow older and especially when they hit the teenage years, you get that attitude and the talking back and the eye rolling and all of that. So while she states it was out of the ordinary for Maddie to be that way, and she was only that way that one week, I question, again, was it because she was becoming 13 or was it the mom starting the new job? Did she know Stefan was coming?
Out to where you're having to redirect her.
But she's normally
Mind of
like
Monsters.
more receptive
Thank you for
to
being here. Sorry.
direction or
Hold on a
redirection
minute.
rather.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk. Mind of Monsters, thank you for being here.
But she's normally like more receptive to just direction or redirection rather. Okay.
I even made a comment to Miss Rivera, and Miss Rivera would look. We're going, because I have Miss Rivera. She's the co-teacher for the ESC students in that class.
Okay, so she is in a special education program, correct?
They're integrated with the regular classroom. So we have like split classes to where half the students are ESC, the other half are just regular students.
Okay. Is she diagnosed with like a learning disability, or does she have trouble? I guess
she does have a what is it called? An IEP, I think.
Gotcha. And is that just for is her mental capacity that of normal, or is that just more a learning?
No, I've noticed aside from her being quiet or zoning out and stuff like that. No.
Okay.
Teresa said, in my opinion, Maddie was normal. If she had lived, the teacher would have seen more, quote, attitude. Right. That's kind of where I'm at with this. Heather said, Maddie's attitude was a bit flippant. Stefan Stern's mood was a bit strange, according to his dad, Chris. I would pose it a guess that maybe Jen Soto advised her that Stefan Stearns was visiting. I think that's definitely a possibility. I definitely am not going to rule it out. These teachers have multiple kids a day, so if it's not blatantly obvious, they may not notice. Yeah, and it could have been, hey, Mayla's mom, by the way, it could have been something, she did say it was out of the ordinary because Madeline was quiet. I just, like, who was it? The person I just highlighted said, Teresa said, if she had lived, I wonder if the teacher would have seen more attitude, or if it was because Stephen Stearns was coming. And if it was because Stephen Stearns was coming, then that poses the question, when he got there, was she spending all this time thinking, I don't want, I don't agree with this. I don't want this. I don't like this. And I'm finally going to stand up and I'm going to tell him, I don't like this and you need to stop. And is that a possibility for an accident happening? She did call Stefan about her party, I do believe, because the mom asked Stefan in jail, um, didn't you go down for the party? And he says, I went there after. I do remember reading or hearing that she called from the party, but I'd have to locate where I saw that again to verify it. So I don't know if she called or if Jen called right now off the top of my head, but I do know he knew about the party. Anders said she said that she didn't mind when Maddie rolled her eyes. I can't hear what she's saying today. Yeah. I put the words up on the captions, sorry, so that you guys could read it a little better if that's what you're saying. But if you're saying that, she said she didn't mind when Maddie rolls her eyes, and then, going on to now, I would like to see, I would question whether she would continue to see it again, because I think it was just her being a teenager. But,
She's just
Typical.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess, is there anything that you have noticed in the past few weeks or months that would have led to a change in her behavior this past week that you can think of?
I've been racking my brain on that, thinking,
Well, that's fine if not.
aside from this past week, I mean, to where she was more attitude, I guess,
Yeah.
but no. And then I'm thinking, oh my God, was she quiet because something was happening, or,
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
that's a hard place to be in as a teacher, because, you have students that are normally just quiet, and then she knows what she knows now. And she's like, oh my God, was she trying to tell me something by not saying anything that I missed? It's a hard place to be in, because you don't know them personally to know if it's normal for them to be like that. Like, what you see of them for an hour and a half a day in your class. But if you've known them to be quiet the whole year, you would think nothing's wrong. And it sounds like she was a little bothered by it. The fact that, Maddie might have been quiet and for that reason, and she didn't pick up on it.
that's kind of the reason that we wanted to come out and talk, is just because you all have seen her more than we have. You know more about her than we do.
Mayla's mom brings up a good point by saying, I've seen people mad at these teachers that these teachers didn't do more, not here, but I don't think that's fair. Teens have attitudes, and SA doesn't normally come with physical marks. Yeah, there's been a lot of people in the comment section too, saying that, the teachers should have picked up on more. And looking, hindsight is 2020, right? Like, looking at it now and knowing what happened, you would say, yeah, why, she's not completing her schoolwork, she's tired in class, she doesn't say much, she's falling asleep, why didn't anybody pick up on it? And I mean, could you imagine how many students in class are, failing their work, falling asleep, doing all the things that she was, that are not being abused? So what do you do? Like, you can't call CPS on everybody in your class that's falling asleep or failing or things like that. You know what I mean? So it's a hard place to be in, because afterwards you feel guilty and like, man, did I miss the signs? But if you act on it and you're wrong, then you've disrupted a family. You know what I mean? No, toxic. The images that she drew were in her personal notebook, I do believe. They were not turned into a teacher. I can almost guarantee you, if those pictures had been turned into a teacher, somebody would have called somebody. Heather said, are you coming to the party has certainly a different tone than to coming to the party. The first question has a harsher tone, right? really quickly. Beach Bum said, feel badly for all the folks second guessing themselves. This was Jen Soto and Stephen Stern's fault, not the teachers. Right. I agree. And then Anders said, they are good. Sarah overturned a big flower pot. So it was all over. Kitten gets such good ideas. Oh, that's sweet. Talking about your cats. Beach Bum said, wait, what was the teacher to do? Speak with Jen? Then probably did, and they probably did, and Jen did nothing. She actually references talking to Jen as well. And I think she says Jen really doesn't talk to her much. She got one response when Maddie was missing, and that was Jen. I think it was actually Jen reaching out saying Maddie was missing, but we're actually going to hear about that. And again, we've heard other teachers say they talked to Jen. They knew her because she was a substitute. They talked to her about Maddie's grades, and she never really did shit. So, yeah. I mean, at that point, what can you do?
She interacts with other students. Like I said, the girls go together and do their little talks and whatnot.
Have you ever seen her act in a way that you would describe as, I guess I know she's normally quiet, but would you describe that as like sad or depressed or anxious, or is there any negative emotion that you would associate with the way she acts?
On a couple of occasions, she would request to go to the counselor.
Okay.
She was sad.
Gotcha. How often was that?
Not a huge amount of times. I mean, maybe in the time that I've had her, 3-4 times to where
Okay.
if I would redirect or whatnot, she would shut down and get upset. And I would ask her, do you need to go see the counselor? And she said yes.
So in a time period of about 7 months, she would ask to go see the counselor about 3 or 4 times. So that equates to maybe about once every month and a half or so. Mind of Monsters said, in my opinion, Jen would not have listened. She seemed to be very detached from Maddie, sadly. Yes, she did. Anders, I'm sorry if I made it sound stupid when I read that, but you're good. You can talk about anything. You're fine. And then Sue Joy said, once a teacher reached out to Jen Soto and she had Maddie out of school for a few days. Go figure. Yeah. When the counselor reached out, Jen took Maddie out of school for, I think it was 3 days. I thought initially it was about a week, but it ended up being about 3 days. And that was after she drew the picture talking about her feelings. And, she was just scribbling all over the paper. And she said, why? I don't like this. This hurts. Or I think she said this hurts. She might not have said this hurts, but I know she said why. And I don't like this. And the counselor reached out and Jen took her out of school for 3 days. But Jen didn't know anything about the essay. And the Woody Allen comments completely out of thin air, right? Mayla's mom said, Abellis, I blame no one but Stephen and Jen. Yeah.
Did she ever say like what she was upset about at that point in time, or?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay. So as far as your observations of her daily behavior, if I'm understanding you right, it doesn't sound as though you would describe anything that she did as particularly sad or depressed, other than the times that she said she was upset and she wanted to go see the counselor. And when she did, she didn't necessarily give a reason. It was just not feeling great. But that was less than 5 times in the past 7 months. Okay.
And I don't think it was in the recent, I'm trying to think. I think that was prior to the holiday break.
So not even all that recently. How are her grades in your class?
Currently, she's failing.
Okay.
She's not turning in work.
Okay.
Even classwork that she does in class, she doesn't turn it in. And it's typical for a lot of the students, like, hey, you got to turn in your work. Okay, we've got 2 weeks left in the quarter. And then they start pushing them in. But, yeah.
Has she always been that way since starting your class, or is that more of a recent shift?
More of a, she's doing it more than what she used to do it.
Okay. And has that been like a gradually progressive, she's turning in less and less and less, or has there been like a definitive shift of, she was doing okay, and then all of a sudden she wasn't?
She's been like borderline, to where I'm not sure if it's because of the IP or not, but if I give her a test, I'd have to redirect her. You need to focus on your test. It takes a lot longer than typical 7th grade student.
So that was interesting, because we've heard that she was doing so much better since Stefan had not been around, and to hear that, she is failing, and it, like, it was about the same throughout the whole 7 months. It was interesting to me to hear that, we had all heard about how she was doing better, but then Stefan came back and she had started to act out a little bit. But again, Stefan only came back that weekend. So again, like she said, that last week beforehand, what made her act out more that week, when they kind of all reference here lately, she had not been doing as good. It was definitely eye-opening for me to hear that she, had maintained about the same failing grades the whole time, even when Stefan was gone. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Sue Joy said, if Jen Soto did have Maddie go to therapy, wonder if they interviewed the therapist. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know that the therapist or psychologist would have been able to release anything due to, HIPAA laws. Just like I'm sure they interviewed her doctor, but, they're not going to release that.
To do that, but
Got it.
Recently she's not been turning in anything.
And has she ever expressed wanting to hurt anyone else or hurt herself? Or I know you would have reported it, if she had said something, but has she ever said anything that indicated to you that that's something she thinks about? Harming anyone else or harming herself?
Oh, no. She's never verbally said anything.
And does she argue with the other students at all?
No.
Okay. Sounds like a pretty easygoing kid.
Yeah.
For the most part, to be honest. Let's see what else I got here. I guess in the times that you have had her, have you ever seen anything that's made you concerned for anything happening at home with either anyone else?
Nothing aside from, just a quiet student.
Okay.
Hio said, I did not appreciate the detective leading just then. Yeah, a lot of times these detectives and others will lead the questioning, and it irritates me too, because I'm like, if you just let them talk, they're probably going to say something that could be important. So just let them talk, like the detectives did when we see the video interview of Jen. They just let her talk, and we got really important information from that. Hio said, I know you would have reported her. Do you know this lady? What makes you assume she would? Right. Exactly. Mayla's mom, I'm not sure when the drawing was done. That's in the counselor interview. I'd have to go back and listen to that. And then Hio said, we assume teachers do the right thing, but they don't always, right? And I mean, you can go even further and talk about the pedophile that was a secretary at Maddie's school getting reported. Like, obviously, he wasn't doing the right thing at all. Yeah, they are mandated reporters.
But she's never talked about home life being uncomfortable or
Not to me.
expressed or acted in any way that would indicate to you she was being abused or harmed. Have you ever had any
I'm trying to think. Maybe at one of the IP meetings. I've had so many of them. So
yeah, I bet.
Not through talking points. I know to do makeup tests, makeup work, or whatnot.
Sure.
So yeah, that's about it. Nothing one-on-one.
It doesn't sound like anything stands out as far as conversations
No,
with
it's
mom.
just typical conversations with parents.
Gotcha.
I love the app talking phone. It goes straight to it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'm sure
Okay, so she did say that she talked to Jen some through the app talking points and things, and that she did respond some, but again, Maddie was failing and not turning in work, so Rachel said, I'm sorry, but there was a ton of signs. A problem of some sort in the home. Failing everything, sleeping in class, not turning in assignments at all. And I understand that, but there's some parents out there that their kids are failing and falling asleep in class and they're not turning in assignments, and maybe the parent's not aware. You talk about the app talking points to make sure the parents are aware, and some parents are just apathetic about their child's education, and so they they're not really worried, like they don't really push their child and say, hey, you need to turn this in, you need to get this done, this has to be done. So at that point, while we can say, that's wrong, the parents should be more caring about their child's schoolwork. Is that necessarily abuse in the home? Like if I was a teacher and I saw these things happening, it's going to be going on with at least 3 or 4 students in a class. I would say that they're falling asleep, not turning in assignments, fell in my class. Does that necessarily mean all 3 or 4 of them are being abused? And if they're all doing the same thing, how do I pick out which one is being abused? Do you know what I mean? That's my thought on that. So you can let me know what you think. Anders said strategic eyes, Bill Cannon from Police Off the Cuffs, was very critical to the detective who interviewed this person, I'm assuming. Really? Yeah, they are critical about that sometimes.
Talking point
But
here,
aside-
remember
Sorry.
PTA meetings.
Oh,
and
yeah.
all sorts of stuff.
Not only that, just emails, like respond to the email. But
Cool.
no, just back and forth. Hey, they're missing this. It's coming to the end of the quarter. Other than that, nothing.
Okay.
Real quick, Rachel said, maybe I just don't understand non-involved parents. At the very least, she needed more help with her schoolwork. I can definitely agree with that. But again, like I said, some parents just aren't involved, and it's sad for the child. But it's not necessarily abuse that you could be in trouble for with like CPS or something, but I get that. Definitely. Kelly said, I would class it as neglect if the parent isn't interested in their child's education to the point they're failing and not handing in work. Yeah. We would absolutely, but is it necessarily something CPS would? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what the law is on that. Like, is it something that would hold up in a court of law? Would be the question. Hey, Amanda Page. Heather Wells said, if the parents were concerned about themselves getting enough sleep and taking their meds, I'm sure that child would rate fairly low on caring list. Yeah. Hey, Brenda, real quick, I'll read this. They are keeping their cards close to their chest. If this is still an ongoing investigation on her, they won't tell the public what they have. I believe she will when the second trial begins. As far as Jen not being involved, yeah, we're going to get there in just a minute. That's interesting. I want to know your thoughts on it. Hey, Gina Marie.
She did text or send a talking point message Monday evening saying, was she in class today?
Mhm.
Responded, no, she was not.
Okay. Before you go today,
Mhm.
would you be able to print out any messages that you, if you're able to, and then give them to,
I can do that.
and then Jeff them to me before I go?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, Dusty Pear. We're almost done with this one.
Sorry, I was in a PLC meeting. That's why I'm on my computer.
It's okay. I'm sorry to interrupt your day like
No,
this.
it's
I know
okay.
you're
No,
doing
I
a lot.
just-
But,
It's heart-wrenching.
Hey, Angela.
is there anything
Michelle.
else important that, as someone who's known her for several months, you think that will help me or help us?
The only thing I have are our math books.
Okay.
That she takes her notes in. That's about it.
Okay. Would you mind giving those to me?
I could give them
And so that way I can take a look through them.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, I don't have any other questions for you. Do you have any for me while we're okay?
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and end this. 14:05.
All right, so that was the end of that one. Now we're going to talk about Stephen Stern's parents and an interview that he had with them in July. This is going to go further into Hidden True Crimes interview of the parents. I got permission from her to go over that interview, and so we are going to go over and talk about that. There's some interesting things said in this interview that I'm about to play for you guys. I am going to speed it up a little bit because the interview of the parents is about 2 hours long, and I want to make sure we get through that today. Because I'm really interested in wanting to go over it. I haven't even heard all of it. I've heard part of it, but not all of it. So I'm interested and ready to do that with you guys. Hidden True Crime is linked. It's the pinned link at the top of the comment section. And they're also linked in the description box. So if you guys would please give them a like and subscribe. And we'll talk about that more when I get to that part. I wrote down the time stamp of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We're going to start at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds in because that's where things kind of get interesting. And I'm going to speed this up just a little bit so we can get through it because it's really easy to understand. Y'all let me know, though, if it's going too fast.
You know, I'm surprised that Jen hasn't been arrested yet because, you know, we feel in our heart.
Hold on. I'm going to take it back just a little bit, and I'm going to turn closed captions on. Okay.
To the Orlando area back in the 60s, you know, I-4 was already outdated anyway.
Right.
You know, it's always one step forward, two steps back, and always constantly chasing it.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to touch base with you just to get up to speed on some things. You know, I'm surprised that Jen hasn't.
Mayla's mom, no, I don't think you're being mean. We can have conversations and everybody can disagree and we can be respectful of everybody's opinion. That's what I try to provide here on this channel, a place where we can talk about our differing opinions and everybody's respectful. I don't think that you are being disrespectful at all. And I'm sorry for the struggles that you have been through. Like Kelly said, I'm sorry for the struggles that you have had to endure. I had to pull my son out because he was struggling as well, and I homeschool him now. I homeschool all of them after COVID, but in the beginning it was just one. So I can relate, and I'm so sorry you're having to deal with that. It's hard to try to understand what they need, but you know, try to figure out what it is that they need in order to help them when, you know, you try different things and nothing seems to work and you're kind of at your wit's end because you don't know what to do until you figure out what their learning style is and the best way to educate them. And I'm sorry that you're having to deal with that. Hey, Lisa Lee, good to see you.
Been arrested yet because, you know, we feel in our heart that, you know, she was there when the death occurred and was involved in the cover-up. She obviously lied to the sheriff's department in their statement as to, you know, the disappearance of Jen when that was all a ruse. Maddie was a ruse to begin with.
So he's saying basically she was involved in Maddie's death. She was there when it happened. She helped with the cover-up. She lied to police. Why hasn't she been charged? And to be fair, Stefan is their son, so they're going to protect him more out of the two. But it's interesting to hear the cops' response.
So I'm just curious as to why nothing. Where is she? Is she still in the country? Is she in some institution?
I don't know. I know the state attorney's office has been in contact with her. Once my case packet is delivered to the state attorney's office, my involvement is pretty much done.
Yeah.
So as they're where she's at, no idea.
Okay.
But I know the state attorney is still in contact with her.
Okay. Well, all right. It's just surprising that somebody that was there during the death and probably responsible for it certainly participated and hasn't been arrested. One of the things that we have kind of speculated or come to the conclusion of is in talking to Stefan, and obviously he's not telling us much because he's
okay, Michelle. Mayla, I'm so sorry, honey. Overprotective. Good to see you.
under the instructions of his attorney to keep quiet about it, and obviously that's their defense. But he said something kind of odd that we've been, my wife and I have been kind of kicking back and forth, and he made a statement that said, "I didn't start it," and that kind of puzzled me as to what do you mean I didn't start it. Getting to the chase, I think they were involved in some sort of criminal enterprise. I think those photos on his phone, and again, the day of his arrest, and Jennifer's demeanor, as I've shared with you, is just really out of context of what you would expect from a mother who just learned that.
Okay, so again, he knows Jennifer personally, and he's saying that her response is just really out of context for her. And he thinks they were running some kind of criminal enterprise, and they're going to go more into that. You know, again, I think he was in love with Maddie. I don't think that because that's where they're at with it. Thank you so much for the super sticker and the support. Oh, okay. Let me try to fix that. I'm going to try to see if I can access this live or fix it because I can only pin stuff in the beginning before the live starts. So let me try to fix that. Overprotected, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate that. I lost my train of thought, but like, I think that he's saying that unfortunately, Stefan, my thought was Stefan has like, a twisted, warped sense of love for Maddie. And so he's saying that, Stefan's going to take the fall because he feels guilty about what he was doing. And he thinks that Jen is way more involved than what she says. Oh, that's what I was getting at. She didn't start it. I don't think that Stefan, when he says he didn't start it, I don't think Stefan is victim blaming. I know that's been brought up, and yes, I know it happens. But again, Stefan had a warped sense of love for Maddie. So I don't think he would necessarily blame Maddie or say Madeline started it. I don't see that. So the whole I didn't start this comment is just really intriguing to me because again, I don't feel like he's victim blaming at all when he says that. Thank you, Hio, for that. Um yeah, I think so too, Mayla's mom. I'm gonna play this and try to pin it. Thank you so much for that. Hio dropped Hidden True Crimes YouTube channel. Please give them a like and subscribe. They are also in the description box below. Hey, Lemon Lime. Good to see you. Lemon Lime said, I think he thinks Maddie seduced him. Gross. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think he's saying Maddie started it personally. But I respect your opinion, and it's definitely a possible speculation. Absolutely.
That her significant other, I think that is still a possibility of that occurring. But I don't know if she took a photo of the photos that she was shown, the images off of Stefan's phone, or maybe she showed me something she had on her
Right,
phone.
Alex?
The flashing back to that image, and again, it was something I didn't want to see, so I didn't want to spend a lot of time gazing at it, looking at it. Didn't want to see it to begin with, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. But the image that I recall seeing, which meant that.
So you're saying Jen showed you?
Yeah,
this picture.
Yeah, and I thought it was.
See, this is weird to me. He can't recall if like he imagined it or if Jen showed him some kind of picture of something in a package that Maddie was doing inappropriate or something, which I find interesting. Again, I don't think he imagined it, but the cops are going to say that they never found anything on her phone. And again, I go back to if she had the power to delete it off her phone, why were they able to pull shit from Stefan's phone? I mean, because she would have made sure that shit wasn't on Stefan's phone as well as she could do it for hers. So then that would mean she's not involved, but I still think she is. Lori said Chris probably meant Jen started the 3 in the bed and sending them upstairs. He could have, but Stefan's the one that said, I didn't start this. So what did Stefan mean when he said that? A lot of people said he's victim blaming, like basically saying Maddie seduced me. I didn't start it. She wanted it. I'm not going to go any more graphic than that. But I don't think that's what Stefan's saying personally. Toxic said, please tell me what a grown man has in common with a child that hasn't lived life or had experiences. Yeah, it's sick the way their mind works. Mayla's mom said, I've always wondered if the I didn't start it comment had to do with the unaliving after I saw the poem. Maybe. But I think I didn't start it literally means I didn't start the abuse. You know what I mean? Hey, Joyous N, thank you for being here. Chris retracted or corrected the statement about seeing the photo. Yes, he does later. He says maybe he imagined it. But I still find it weird.
It was maybe she grabbed it. She said that she was shown, they had a package, whoever it was showing the package.
That was me.
Okay. She said, well, I don't want to see it all. But supposedly, again, her telling me this, she looked at, am I imagining that?
I can tell you this, that Jennifer, unless she had, which I'll get that in a second, the pictures that were shown to Jennifer during the interview to identify Stefan, she wasn't able to take any photos of those pictures. Does that make sense?
All right.
Okay. So, and have you read my narrative yet for this?
No.
Okay, that's going to answer a lot of your questions. So I don't know if Stefan can get you.
Well, how would I
or
get that?
I don't know if his attorney can give it to you, or if Stefan. I'm sure he already has it through discovery and stuff like that.
Well, did the state attorney release the investigative reports?
Everything should have been released.
Yeah,
because I know here
because the news stations immediately put up their stories about it on their.
like, I know a public records requests have been done here as well for the case.
Yeah.
So it's out there. That's going to answer a lot of your questions. But as for a picture being on Jennifer's phone, we downloaded her phone just like we did Stefan's, and there is 0 images like that on her phone. So where you got this image, I don't know where that
Maybe I'm just envisioning it, but I don't know. But I think they were involved in some sort of criminal enterprise.
So there, he says there was no images on Jen's phone. And so he then says, okay, maybe I just imagined it, but I do think they were involved in some sort of criminal enterprise. And again, the amount of photos that he had of Madeline, and then, you know, all the photos he had of other kids, like I've said before, you know, those dark web things, they say, you know, you have to give me images in order to receive images, and we'll trade them back and forth, but that way everybody has dirt on everybody. So if one person, that basically means that you're not going to snitch somebody out, which is really upsetting and sick. And I wish that nothing like this ever happened, you know, in a perfect world, but that's how that works. Alex said, if I were Jen and knew Stefan's password, I also would start logging into his accounts out of curiosity. If it's Signal, what pics will show up? Yeah. And, you know, I can't believe she was not involved.
Because there was money being spent, packages were arriving at our house on a frequent basis. And when I brought Stefan home from Kissimmee at the end of November, to my knowledge, he had no money. Because I provided a lot of financial support for him and told him, hey, time has run out. I can't do this anymore. Whatever you're doing at Disney is going to take way too many years to you know.
Jen said, right, there's talk that they've gotten him out of trouble in the past, referencing Peeping Tom. However, true or not, I don't know. I actually have found some information that I've got to go through this evening, and hopefully I can talk about that tomorrow. I might have found proof of it. So I'm looking through that to make sure I can validate it, and we're going to talk about it tomorrow.
Go through promotions and pay raises to where you can afford to support yourself. I mean, you need to be making 2.5 times what you're making, and you'll never get there. You know, you need to find a career path, which is what I was trying to find for him. I was encouraged by his work ethics that he was demonstrating at Disney, which what precipitated me bringing him back. But since learned as early as the day he was arrested, because Jennifer said that he had called in quite a bit at Disney, which was kind of like his MO. And it really disappointed me to hear that. And when he came home, he fell into the same bullshit pattern that we have been struggling with for many years. You know, trying to get him out of bed and, you know, go out there and find a job.
So again, he's saying, you know, he's a lazy potato, stinky Magoo. He won't even get out of bed to get his ass up and go to work. We've been having trouble like that for years out of him. And, you know, he's like, I told him to stop working at Disney because you're not going to be able to support yourself. It's going to take way too long. And I try to get him a good job. These are good jobs. People would love to be able to be, you know, an overseer in construction and things like that, project manager and things. And Stefan won't get his lazy butt out of bed. I mean, you know, there's Inspector BS Beach Bum sniffing out the BS.
And all this fell apart. But there was money. There was packages arriving on a constant basis. When I asked him about, you know, where the money was coming from, he said savings. Well, I can tell you that other than the inheritance he got from his father, which he blew through rather quickly, there was never been any savings. He never saved 2 nickels. So some money had to be coming somewhere. But his comment about I didn't start it got us wondering that maybe he was caught up in a criminal enterprise with Jen, and Jennifer was. I don't know if you can collaborate that or not, but I just thought I'd share that.
Sure. I mean, without getting too much into my investigation in the narrative, it did not appear to be that way, that they were working together. Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there's nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
So he just stated, we have literally been through their phone. We've been through thousands of hours, and there's nothing to suggest that they're working together. Then he asked, I'm going to back it up a little bit and just go to normal speed so you can hear that again. And he's going to ask, could they be working independently? And he states Stefan was working independently, meaning, again, Jen's not involved, but he's going to get more into it as well. I slowed it down so we can hear what he says and just listen, again, to what this officer says. I want to get your opinions on it. Basil is here. He is laying down over here. And somebody real quick while I'm doing this said something and I wanted to go back to it. Oh, here we go. Sue Joy said the can't risk it text is revealing to her involvement. Did Stephen Stearns want her to film her on something that's encrypted? It's possible. Alex was saying the Signal app is used by people on the dark web. So, I mean, it's definitely possible. Real quick, Lori Green said, the thing is, Jen was a weirdo, letting 3 in a bed and sending them upstairs. She could have told Maddie to sleep in her own bed. Chris and Debbie, I'm assuming, told us that it was normal for Jen to encourage this. Yes. And so did Steven, the ex-husband. He had to get his daughter out of there, Hey, Maso. Good to see you. I don't know enough about John Bonet to say what happened there. I'd have to do a lot more research before I could formulate my opinion, thought, and speculation on it. Thank you for being here. And then Mayla's mom said, of course, they are trying to find a way. Their son isn't find a way basically to get Stefan out of this. These parents are having to deal with a major life turner. I figure they're doing it because of the shame they feel and because they love him. You know what I mean? Like they've supported him his whole entire life to the point of he can't even be an adult and get a job. You know what I mean? So I think that's part of it as well. I think they loved him too much. And that's hard as a parent to say, you can never love your child too much. Well, when it becomes they're an adult and they can't even get their ass up out of bed to go get a job, you're enabling them. The point of they loved him to the point of enabling him when they should have given him a little bit of tough love, in my opinion. I don't think they truly believe he's responsible all by himself either. I don't think they can accept that. And to be fair, and I agree, I don't think he was doing this all by himself, to be fair. Okay, so we're going to listen to that again.
To be that way, that they were working together.
Okay.
Because I will tell you this, we have spent months, thousands of hours, literally going line by line through his phone and her phone, and there is nothing to suggest that theory, that they were working together.
Could they be working independent?
Well, Stefan was working independent.
I
can tell you that, yes.
Okay, so he was involved in a criminal enterprise.
Well, I don't want to say criminal enterprise, but the stuff that was found on his phone pretty much painted the picture of the whole case.
Okay. More Maddie?
There was, the thumb drive that you provided.
Was okay, so there was.
Okay, so they're basically saying that Jen was not involved in this. They've spent thousands of hours going through her phone, and they say that she's not involved in this. Now, they're not going to, basically, they're not going to lay all their cards on the table. They're not going to say, yeah, Jen's involved in this, especially when they want to use her in trial to testify. There obviously is an open investigation, right? They're not going to tell everybody everything. But do you think that's the reason they're saying that? Or, I mean, I think for them to say that they've been through thousands of hours and she's not involved, he was working independently, states that, she's not involved. I think if they were going to say, otherwise, I think they would say, well, right now it's an open, ongoing investigation, so we can't really talk about that. Instead of saying, we went through thousands of hours and she's not involved. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Miss Jim Morrison, good to see you. Brought up a good point. Since Jen wasn't working, there's no reason why her daughter should be failing. Wasn't Jen a teacher? Yes, she was. She was a substitute. Anders said, the only thing that I'm sure of is the John Bonet case is that Patsy wrote the ransom note. I have no idea who killed her. It's so many things that contradict each other. That case is crazy. I haven't looked enough into it, though, to know what I think. And then real quick, lastly, Jen said, in my opinion, Jennifer just never seen past the end of her own nose. Yeah. I was trying to see. Lemon Lime said, I believe LE and that they have no proof she was involved. Still makes her the worst mom ever. Yeah, but like I want her to get some charges. You know what I mean? She needs to be charged. I just can't believe she was not involved.
There was stuff on
So
that.
there, I can tell you there was a. So identifying those individuals, it'd be almost nearly impossible.
30,000.
Yes.
What about the hard drive?
The hard drive was not used when the forensics unit got it. I don't think it was used since like 2020 or something like that.
Well, why did he go to the extent of hiding the damn thing? Because like I said, he was on that computer Sunday morning, and then I assumed when I handed it over that it
So
was,
the desktop that you handed us,
Yep.
there was not a hard drive in it.
right, and then that surprised me. And then when I went to move out of the storage unit, it was at a location at the back. And if you've seen photos, there was a rack of shelves. And
Yeah, I was there that night when we did this.
okay, so you could easily slide back to the rear of that, and from where it was, you could easily tuck in where I found the hard drive. You could easily just place it.
Right.
So I don't know if he.
But
did
yeah,
it.
there was no activity on the hard drive for years.
Huh.
So we don't know where the hard drive on the computer that he was using when you said you saw him using the computer, where that hard drive is.
Oh, this isn't the same hard drive?
No.
Oh.
Because if he was using it that morning,
Yeah.
we would have been able to tell through the forensics number.
Right.
And no, it hasn't been used since, I want to say like 2020 maybe.
Okay, so it was an assumption on my part that was the same hard drive. But I don't know how he put that hard drive in it, and I don't know how he put that in there. So he must have just destroyed the thing.
Right.
It would have made
Which we don't.
best sense to do that for sure, but too bad he wasn't smart enough about the phone. Not that I would be encouraging that,
Right.
but still. The other interesting thing is, as you know, I came up.
Okay, I don't know how I did it, but I did access the live from my phone, and I was able to pin what I believe it's Hidden True Crimes YouTube channel. So again, that's them. Please give them a like and subscribe. I still don't know how to create a poll or gift memberships, but at least I've got that. So there we go. It's pinned. Hey, Norma, I see Rochelle says, I didn't believe she was involved in the murder or CSAM, but she needs to be charged for neglect, at least for sending Maddie to bed with Stefan. Right. And I'm like, with the cops saying that Stefan worked alone in this, I mean, it tells us that she's not guilty of the CSAM. Is she going to be charged later? Because they just said that she's not guilty, she's not involved. It's upsetting for me.
Early Wednesday morning, 2:00, checked into the hotel, tucked Steph and Jen in.
Abellis, thank you so much for gifting memberships. I do want to reiterate that I wasn't saying that so that you would do that, although I do really appreciate it, and that was really sweet of you. There's a way that, like, I'm supposed to be able to gift out like 10 memberships, and it's like 5. You gift out 5 and then you gift 5 more. So I don't know how. I'm still working on figuring that out. Thank you so much, though, for gifting 10 memberships. I really appreciate that. If you guys were gifted a membership, please tell Abellis thank you. And that was super sweet and super supportive of you. I really appreciate it. I'll play our clip real quick. Thank you so much, Abellis. That was super sweet. Somebody said cops could lie, and yes, they could. They can lie to them and say that Jen wasn't involved, or Jen wasn't involved when she really was. But why? Why would they say we've been through thousands of hours of her messages and all of that, and from what we see, he worked independently. She was not involved, right? Like, why not just say the investigation is ongoing? And so we can't answer your question about that right now. You know what I mean? Like, of course they can lie. But why would they say that instead of saying, like I said, the investigation's ongoing. We can't release details because it's still ongoing. Hey, crime all the time. Thank you for being here, love. Shauna, thank you for being here, love. Said, hey, everybody, I'm back. I'm sick. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. They should just open their eyes. Shauna, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. Yeah, she does, Meemaw. That's my favorite song. Aw. Shauna said a 10-year-old could see she knew something. Right, so that's like the problem for me. I was really upset when I heard that.
Into their room and left 2:20, 2:30. I went to bed. And then with the recent release of the investigative report, found out that this white Nissan had visited the site of where the body was dumped, which I assume was later is identified as Jennifer's car, which meant that based on the timing of what the information revealed, and I'm assuming from the hotel to the townhouse was at least 30 minutes, but I didn't think they had access into that townhome. They just go to the parking lot, or were they able to access the townhome? Because I thought they were asked to vacate, which is why we were about.
That was interesting, and we do know that the white Nissan that Stephen drove away from the hotel visited the crime scene because they picked up decomposition on the back tire. I would think that it visited the crime scene. I would allegedly speculate that they visited the crime scene. Lemon Lime said, I wonder if Stephen Stern attempted to contact Jen in the past year. I don't know. I don't know if he would, because I think that he's protecting her, and I think he's going to roll on her. So I don't know. It's a good question. I did, from the jail records I got, and I did submit to get more, but from what I had, he had contacted his dad at work and at home, and then there was 3 burner phones he had tried to contact that I could not pull any information on. So that could have been Jen. I'm not sure. Those are talked about in the jail files, the first video on that. So I don't know. Teresa said extra info given for professional courtesy because he used to be a cop. Probably, maybe. And then Heather said, but as Judy Ron said, better to have one witness rather than 2 defendants. Same as the Watts and Kissinger. But charges can be laid if it is shown that the person lied if they have derivative immunity. Yes, charges can be laid. She did lie during the interview. But again, they say she's not involved and they're not looking to charge her. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if they said they're not looking to charge her. I might have assumed that, but it's what it seems like.
Hotel room.
So maybe I misunderstood. You're saying the Nissan.
They said that the report said that they left Kissimmee at 3:18. They went down to St. Cloud and spent 30 minutes and then returned.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming they departed from the townhouse?
No.
Oh, okay.
They left from the hotel.
Oh, okay. 3:18. Okay, so 45 minutes later after checking in. Got it. Does any footage show that they both went, or just one? Just him.
Pam J, thank you for being here. Pam J says maybe so the parents wouldn't blame her and say more about their son. That's a good speculation. Very possible. Mayla said, I think Jen will go back to the mental hospital before trial and try to get them to say she's not able to testify. It's possible. She's not a good witness. They could tear her apart on the stand and say she's not a viable witness because of all of her mental health stuff going on. I don't know why. Because it's not a good idea, but she's the only other person that was there and that would know anything. So of course they're going to want her to testify, but she's not a good witness considering all her mental health concerns. Hey, Angela Ballerina.
I asked him about that, and which was would have been on the recorded phone call, why he did that, and he he said that he was speculating killing himself.
Mhm.
It was interesting. And so then he came back to the hotel, or he.
I don't know
Or
if he
you
went
went
back to
straight
the
to the
hotel
hotel?
there or if he went. No, he had to go back to the hotel because we have the car leaving the hotel going to Northport, and then the car down to Northport as well.
What time did he leave the hotel to go to Northport?
I don't remember exactly.
And I wonder.
So here he thinks that he went down to Northport to get the rest of his guns because the cops took the gun he had on him. So when they were at the hotel and he had the white Nissan, he didn't have the gun anymore, and he was speculating killing himself. So, I mean, again, I would ask, is he more culpable for the crime than we want to think? Did he really do it and felt guilt and knew that the police were coming, so he wanted to end it? Shauna said, honestly, I think they're trying to protect her from the public. She is hated. Yeah. And then 2 more real quick. Heather said, GPS and phone calls for Nicole Kissinger, Jen Soto phone and text have not, as far as I know, they have not shown any joint knowledge. Yeah, we got to be able to prove it. We got to verify it, And I haven't been able to verify that yet. I can verify that she knew about Maddie being in the trunk of her car when she couldn't have. It just doesn't make sense. So again, that's questionable. Mind of Monster said, thank you again for covering Maddie. I am headed to a donation event in honor of Vladik missing here in Orlando. Much love. Oh, thank you for being here, Mind of Monsters. I hope that the event goes good.
And because Jennifer called me, as I shared with you, I thought around 9:45, asked me if I knew who Stefan was.
That's when he was on his way back.
Yeah. And I don't know if that was just, she was playing me with that, knowing that he left and went down there. But again, can't figure out why he went down to Northport, because by the time he would have
Good
arrived,
point,
would
Lisa.
have been at past 6 o'clock. And
Well, we know exactly what time he was. Once again, I don't remember what time it was, but we can put him within less than a mile from your house through dash cam video from Northport PD. That
Hey, Friendly Snake. Friendly Snake said, oh my God, cops thinks Jen didn't know she financially benefited for years, in my opinion, bought a 2022 car in 2023. Disability does not pay that well. Trust me. Yeah. I've got friends on disability and things, and yeah, they don't, you get like $780 for a month to pay your rent, light bill, water, car, gas, all of that. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. And they say that they can't prove that she was involved after the thousands of hours of information they went through. It's just, I'm appalled, to be honest. And thank you for being here, Friendly Snake.
that was working a crash showed him in the car at that point. So we know exactly what time he was there. But what time he came back, I don't remember what time it was.
okay. Did you ever confirm that he went to the storage unit?
The records from the storage unit were kind of wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Real quick on that, I do want to reiterate that the pictures we've seen of the computer and the setup in the storage unit are from the storage unit facility. That is not his storage unit. Hio was so sweet and called the other day during our live to ask about the check-in times and all of that for Chris Stearns at the storage unit. And they told her that is their setup, their security setup. It had nothing to do with Chris Stearns' unit. So I do want to again put that out there. If you guys want to double check that, it is in a live from 2 or 3 days ago.
It looked like somebody used your access code, but when we talked to him again, they said the dates and times they may have been mistaken. So whether he was there or not, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Weird. Because like I said, and as Debbie shared, she said the dogs went on full alert around 5 something, but anything could have spooked him. But definitely he wasn't in Northport at that time. So it's just curious as to why. I don't know if he tried to come to the house and maybe the dogs didn't go on full alert, because he again talked about getting access to his guns. And then he could have accessed a couple of other.
See, and they're going along with this, saying that he didn't come to Northport that day, but we know he went to Northport because he connected to Dad's Wi-Fi. It's in their report.
Guns he had at the house.
But he had one gun with him. So any reason why he would want his other guns?
He was in possession of the gun when he was in the white Nissan. Because my understanding, they
took the silver Lincoln, which had, the 27th, I believe, when KPD officers went out to talk to Jen and Stefan about the disappearance of Maddie. They checked the cars, and inside Stefan's car was a gun.
Right.
So then at some point, he takes that gun, puts it inside the house, and when they did search warrant on the house, that's when they recovered that gun.
Okay.
So whether he went down there to get another gun,
Well, because he said I went to get the guns because I was considering killing myself, and so now that makes sense. He would have come down to Northport to try to get into the house to get the guns.
Oh, Billis, that is so good. I'm so glad to hear that. Georgia Sky, I like your name. Thank you for being here. Georgia Sky says, I sympathize with mental health issues, but why didn't she just let the dad or grandma take Maddie for a year while she got herself together? It's obvious she wasn't that hands-on or interested. Good question. Good question. When you become a parent, you have to do what's in the best interest of the child. Man, I think that would have been what was in the best interest of the child. So again, if she wasn't involved in this, why not let her stay at grandma's? Why did she mandate that she came back that night? Because from rumor has it, and I'm allegedly speculating from what I've heard, I haven't validated it. I can't pinpoint it right now, but I do believe that she had wanted her to come home that night. When grandma was going to let her stay with her again for another night. So why did you need her to come home that night? Anders said, Lemon, the content creator Grish has a theory that he traded CSAM to Xanax on the dark web and gave Xanax to Jennifer. It's a possible speculation. Jen said, I love that question. Yes, why not let someone else take her for a year while she got herself together? Exactly. Hey, MK Connecticut. Hard drive from the computer was in Stephen Stern's room. Yeah, and Dad turned it in. Thank you for being here. And you're not late. You got here right when you're supposed to be here.
And maybe he came up to the house and found out he couldn't get into the house. The dogs didn't go on full alert. And so that makes sense. So that's probably what he was doing. Again, kind of confirming his comment about wanting to get the guns. So he only had the one at the townhouse, which didn't make sense. But now coming down to Northport to do that would make sense. Long way to go for nothing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything for me?
No. Not really. I mean, now it's obviously going to be a process.
Yeah.
A lengthy one, probably.
Yeah. Well, you keep saying that there's some glimmer of hope, and I'm sitting there going, what glimmer of hope could there be? I mean, you got these horrendous charges of these images and what have you, and then you've got the murder charge. It's like, I don't know what bullet he thinks he's going to dodge.
Right.
We want to keep him as positive as possible, but
your parents, so it's natural.
Yeah.
Regardless of what he didn't do, or whatever, you still got to treat him as your son.
Yeah.
And
30,000 images.
And that's 30,000 images that were not Maddie. And, like they said, regardless of what he did or did not do, you're not going to stop loving your child. You're not going to stop trying to support them, especially with the support. A lot of people have an issue with them giving him money in jail. And, they supported him his whole entire life. Like, while he could get his ass up, go to work and get a job, they're definitely not going to stop once he's in jail when he can't get his ass up and go get a job. You know what I mean? Lemon Lime says, here goes Chris fishing. And yeah, some people have stated that they're fishing for information, and I believe it. October Skies, thank you for being here. October Sky said her mom's work and house were close to the school, if I'm not mistaken. Jen got home at 11, but then kicked her out minutes later. The text at Stearns at 11:30, she sent her to her death. F her. Thank you, sweetheart. Jen got home at 11, but then kicked her out minutes later. I'm not sure I follow exactly. I do follow. She texted Stearns at 11:30. She sent her to her death. Fuck her. If she did, it could have been unintentional, or it could have been intentional. Like, she might not have known that she was going to die that night. You know what I mean? I don't know. Rochelle said, I don't like what Jen said about shopping at Target. I shouldn't be seen shopping. She can't take people's grief. Where's her grief? Yeah, she said she can't take everybody else's emotions. And I'm wondering, like, why? Like, did you say that to Maddie? Did you say I can't handle your emotions. I can't deal with it. So Maddie was never able to tell her what was going on. And lastly, MK Connecticut said again, the hard drive from Stephen Stern's room is gone. What Chris gave to the cops was missing the hard drive, never found. Can anyone tell me if they know differently? I think law enforcement got it, but I'm not sure. I know they mentioned it and I might have missed that part, but I do believe law enforcement has it. Hey, Rose.
That's amazing. Did you have to see and view all 30,000?
Yes.
How long does it take to do that?
A long time. A long time.
Talk about not unseeing something.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
You know, I envy your job, and then I don't envy your
Right.
job. You know, I know it's fascinating work, but at the same time, you're left with a lifetime of that shit.
yeah. You see it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I appreciate your help.
Yes, sir.
in the
Not a
time.
problem at all.
All right, to give me some of that.
Okay, so that's going to be about the end of that interview, and we're going to jump into Hidden True Crimes interview of the parents. Please give her a like and subscribe. Again, she's the comment pinned at the top, and she's also in the description box. While I pull that up, Rose says she doesn't necessarily have to be in any of the photos or have weird text to be involved. Most people have a squeaky clean record and yet have participated in serious crimes. I agree. But you know, again, it's just hard for me because the cops, I feel like they would say if they thought she was, it was an open investigation instead of saying, you know, we've been through thousands of hours of her information and you know they're not looking at her, she's not involved. Stephen worked independently. It's just it's a gut, as Stephen Stern says, it's a dick punch, because I know, just like you guys, I'm like, there's no damn way in hell she was not involved, but I mean, it's possible. Yeah, Vicky Dixon, thank you for being here, is referencing child support she would not have gotten if Maddie went to go live with grandma.
You know, we talk about it often, and
And of course, that could have been a motivation. All right, so this is going to be Hidden True Crime interviewing the Sterns. I have not seen this all the way through. I'm sure some of you have. And again, please give her a like and subscribe. She's pinned at the top, also in the comments section. Thank you guys so much.
Soto. Stearns was the on and off again boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jennifer Soto. We have been in touch with Deborah and Chris Stearns for quite some time and have listened to them process their grief as facts have come to light in this heartbreaking case. But we've always done so privately until now, because now they are ready to share more. Take a listen. Hello, Hidden Gems. We are with two very important guests today. This is
Angela said, was it ever understood if she left her birthday money at grandma's house or if it was meant that she hadn't taken it when she still thought as missing and left town and home? So it was the latter. We clarified that. We've been through trying to basically put to rest and debunk some things. And in the interview with Juan, the grandpa, the lady that's with him, I think it's Jen's sister or Jen's aunt, somebody like that, talks about Madeline leaving her money. And what she's saying is she left her money at home, so therefore she can't get a bus ticket or try to catch a plane or something like that when Madeline was still missing. That was what we found out. We also found out, I thought she had said she went to the school office at 4:10 when she saw Maddie not come out of the school, or didn't see Maddie come out of the school, and it was her mother's office, just to reiterate that again.
in exclusive interview, and we're going to let them share why they're choosing to do this interview with us, a Hidden True Crime. But we are actually with Deborah and Chris Stearns. Many of you might recognize their names from interviews with police that you've heard, or their names from documents, FOIA documents. They are the parents of Stephen Stearns, who is now behind bars, charged with crimes against Madeline Soto. I'll leave it at that.
And real quick, Sarah said, Lauren and Dr. John are great. Dr. John has been an inspiration for my forensic psychology degree. That is so awesome. I'm so glad to hear you say that. That is super sweet. You should message her and let them know that. I'm sure that would be sweet for them to know. Jenna's Gypsy, thank you for being here, said, I feel like Jen served Maddie up on a silver platter. Not involved, please. Right. That's where I'm at. But evidently it's not where the cops are.
I just want to say no one wants to be in your situation right now. And we are so grateful, though, that you feel safe coming here to Hidden True Crime, to sharing your side of the story and what is going on in your hearts and in your minds. And so with that, why don't we start honestly with sharing what I think many people might be wondering. Why are you choosing to do an interview today?
Well, we've had, first of all, you're thrusted into a limelight that you never expected to experience in your entire life. I apologize for having Lacey here, but we want to have as much silence as possible from the dogs. We need to bring the ringleader in here. So she's the one that's quite vocal and wants attention. So I apologize.
That is funny. So, I mean, they're being more open, more candid about things. You know, again, they're thrust into a situation that they had no part in, and they, at their wild, you know, in their wildest dreams, I'm sure that they would have not wanted to be in. You know, nobody would. And when you find out your child has done something so horrendous and it's plastered all over everywhere, what do? You know, because people are going to look at you and think you are horrible people, and that's not true. Not necessarily true. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
She'll be quiet, hopefully, right, Lacey? Okay. But anyway, you know, no one ever grows up expecting to experience this. You've seen it on the news, you've seen it in the papers, and oh my gosh, you know how tragic that is. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in the same similar situation. You know, we had provided from the very beginning, proactively, very cooperative with the police authorities. I mean, I was caught off guard that Wednesday that Stefan was arrested, not even aware that he was being arrested that evening. I thought I was waiting many hours to have a conversation with the police to learn what was going on, and if I could contribute any information, I would, and not realizing that he was already arrested and actually had been transported away from Orange County down to Osceola County. And never learned until days later that he was arrested. I thought I was just there to help provide some information regarding the disappearance of Maddie. And obviously we learned much later that this turned into something more serious. You know,
So I think he's talking about the first interview he gives. He didn't know Stefan had been arrested, and he was just trying to help out. Rose said, if she wasn't involved, then why in the world would she lie and say things that show she's covering something and obstructing justice? If not involved, she certainly defended his actions. Yeah, and that's where I'm at, because even the cops call her on her BS and say, you know, why would you say he put her in the trunk of your car when that doesn't even make sense? That's awfully specific for you not to know about it. But again, you know, you just heard it here that they're saying she's not involved. So what changed from the detectives going in on her in the video interview we have to July, when the interview we just heard takes place, and they say they've been through thousands of hours of information and she's not involved? I'm like, there's no freaking way. But if they're saying that again, why not just say it's an open investigation and we can't talk about that? If they're still looking at her, like, why would they lie completely and say, you know, he acted independently? I just, you know, I'm as flabbergasted as you guys are.
You know, and we also, at least I thought, and continue to think later with the police interviews here at our home, that our conversation was confidential, and certainly wouldn't be released to the public, only to have every word and nuance scrutinized and analyzed, and opinions formed about it that is so out of mischaracterizing us, and just a lot of speculation and conjecture. So anyway,
the reason we're doing this today, Lauren and John, is because with the docket dump that went out there, we no longer feel constrained to keep silent and let people keep castigating us and dragging us through the muck for no reason, using lies, conjectures, embroidering facts that they do have, making up facts that they do know, and just ugliness. And I don't understand why any parent would be subjected to that, because we didn't take part in any of the crimes. Is it a crime to give birth to somebody?
And they're heated, you know, they're upset, as anybody would be. Rochelle said, this case has aged, Stearns. It has. The stress is going to age you. The whole case is maddening. It is. If you guys don't mind, please hit the thumbs up for me. Thank you. It helps us get out into the algorithm.
I mean, why are we blamed?
Perhaps maybe we need to share something with everyone before we go any further, because it might not be obvious to many watching. Where are you in accepting the reason your son is behind bars? Are you in a place of understanding what he did? Are you believing? Where are you?
Totally.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
the last data dump that they had a few weeks ago, and I went through line by line and then shared with Debbie the chronology of events,
Michelle.
the narrative summary and such, that it's very conclusive, and it does, in our mind, indicate Stefan is a lone perpetrator, as much as we want to believe what he said, that there are other people involved. And again, that's out there in a prior phone conversation that Stefan said. But you look at the evidence that's been presented, and it's pretty conclusive that there doesn't appear to be anybody else involved, and that he is the lone
Again,
perpetrator.
you hear it there.
Certainly.
I mean, he's saying that it doesn't appear that anybody else is involved, and he's the lone perpetrator. And it's like, again, I'm with you guys. How did she not know? With the Woody Allen comment, with the comment that she made on video, with the cops showing her the picture and her asking to see it, and all of that. Like, how is she not involved? But again, I mean, they're saying the exact same thing. I mean, she's not involved. Hey Gammy, and you got to remember, these people can go to the police and ask specific questions, and they're going to get answers more open and candid than we would as, just people submitting FOIA requests. They and again, if the cops are lying, why not say it's an open investigation? It's good to see you, Gammy. You are so sweet.
Certainly, he was guilty of the images that he found on his phone, and then later the charges were expanded to include murder. Whether it was premeditated, we don't think that. Again, we won't know 100% of the story until if and when he ever provides testimony. But obviously, he was involved in her death, and nobody else was. But I don't want to believe that it was premeditated, but I can't rule that out.
So again, he's saying obviously he was involved in his death and nobody else was. What happened? Because his sick love for her would keep him from hurting her, I would think. So again, it's what happened that night. I was going to read some comments. You guys are dropping it like it's hot. Lori said, I understand where Stephen Stern's parents are coming from. It's the son. You can't just turn your feelings off. It's their son. You can't just turn your feelings off. More so, his mother's sons are very closer to their mom. Yeah. Are very close to their mom. Yeah. A lot of times you have what they call mama's boys. Boys are a lot closer to mom. You're right. Yep. And I understand completely and agree. Angela said, can only pray that it's a line fed to keep her testimony and will be carrying at a later date or changing at a later date. Me too. God, I hope so. God, Lord, I pray. Sarah said, I think if the parents were truly in the dark about Stefan's awful behavior, fishing for info would be natural. If heaven forbid my daughter did something awful, I'd want to know everything. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, again, putting yourself in their shoes, you would try to fish for information to find out everything that the cops have, that the cops know, because you want to know what signs are there that you missed, what signs are there that you thought something was weird. And maybe now you find out that, that wasn't such a weird feeling. Lisa Lee said, is it strange that they say the pig drove all the way to the parents' house, but couldn't get in the house? But he lived there. He only left for the weekend. Yeah, I don't know. She says real loud, the son of a bitch, he couldn't get in the house because he didn't have the key or something. It is. It's weird. Jeannie B, hey, thank you for being here. Toxic Orchid said, I'm ready. I don't think I'll get far with just knowing swear words and counting and calling people a Oh, you're talking about learning Spanish. Lastly, MK Connecticut said what Chris Stearns gave the cops was empty. The hard drive from Stephen Stearns' computer is gone. I'll try to get the clip. I have to sit down. I'm standing at my bathroom sink. So many mistakes. Oh, you're fine, honey. Yeah, I'll work on trying to find that as well. because I thought the cops said they had the hard drive. I'll have to check that again, though.
Now, but we hold him 100% accountable for his actions, and we obviously are extremely disappointed by that.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's been a process, but in other words, you're learning everything as the public learns it.
Yeah, we're not privy to
Nobody's
anything.
giving us a heads up on anything.
Yeah.
That we're mushrooms. We're kept in the dark.
Yeah, the only time we know is all of a sudden we're getting these text messages and heads up alerts from our friends. You go, hey, you got to see this out there. And I go, oh my gosh, what does this mean? I mean, I looking for the news every day, and I don't see anything, and then all of a sudden it's out there, and these videos and YouTube channels had a field day, and it's been that way for weeks ever since. And the challenge is going to be is that we do know that we were told the other day that this is going to be multiple years before it goes to trial.
So again, multiple years before they go to trial. We know it's supposed to happen in September, but it's probably, if I had to guess, I would say it's probably going to be pushed out further, at least a year or two. Hey, Sarah and Pamela, thank you for being here. I can't stop and read all of your chats. They're all so wonderful. So I'm trying to highlight them so that everybody can read them, because you guys are saying some really valid things.
Given the gravity of the charges and knowing what the penalty is, we're resigned to accept that fate and the fact that we could lose them in a multitude of ways. You know, at a given time, some prisoner in the jail could off them, and you know, we're just dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. You know, we could get that phone call one day, so we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
As I told you, I think before, this is the most protracted death of a child that you can go through, because they're already gone to you. We'll never touch him again. We aren't allowed to see him right now. And, you know, he's out there, but he's not available. I mean, if he'd been hit by a car, it would have been easier.
And
enough.
see, that's hard because, you know, he lived with them. They loved him so much that they supported him and unfortunately made him into a grown-ass man-child. And so that's going to be really hard for them because they saw him, they touched him, they hugged him, they loved him. They loved him like a lot. You know what I mean? And he lived with them and they still supported him. And now they can't see him. They can't touch him. You know, they can't even give him a hug anymore. And that is hard. I couldn't imagine going through that. Yeah.
That's because the grieving period could go, instead of grieving for years and years and years while he's still alive and we can't have any access to him.
Matter of fact, we haven't even heard from him for over 3 weeks now, and we don't know why. I called the other day inquiring about his wellness, and the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay, because we haven't heard from him." "Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you." I said, "He wants to talk to us. We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to communication, which we think he is." And I think it's a result of the most recent data dump that the guards are intentionally preventing him from getting access to where we can communicate with them. He's in solitary.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that he's choosing not to talk to them for whatever reason, because they're talking to the public. I mean, there could be an array of reasons, but again, I mean, just them saying that, like it's not Stefan, it's the guards. It's not Stefan, it was Jen. It's not Stefan, it's these people. And you think about how they're cut off from him and can't hug him and all of those things. I mean, it just, again, reiterates their love for him and how hard that must be. Thank you, Hio.
Confinement. It's been that way since
February,
nearly 8 months.
Okay. Wow. And yeah, I remember you telling us that in an earlier conversation too, that it would be easier almost it would be easier to mourn his death than this, because you also have to realize and mourn Madeline, who you knew as well.
the whole thing we do, and we're accused of being cold and impartial people. And I mean,
their son did take a life and he needs to be exactly where he is. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying, you know, from their point of view, what I can gather, you know what I mean?
they made a big deal of the fact that I went outside and was screaming Madeline's name. I wasn't looking for her in the woods. I was talking to God. That's my privilege, to talk to my God. I was asking, why Madeline, and where is she? I'm sorry.
But we, you know, every day, all of this is in our minds. You know, we talk about it often, and you know, we're private people. We keep our emotions to ourselves as best as possible, but we certainly, there's no way that this will escape us on a daily basis. It's impossible for that to happen. We're forever living with this, and I just wish there was. I just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stefan. I had no idea.
Yeah.
The only thing that we knew that was wrong, and we addressed it immediately, was when we became aware of the co-sleeping arrangements, and they were here.
So they're going to talk about the sleeping arrangements. Rochelle said, his lawyers probably don't want him to make phone calls the prosecutors can use at trial. Very possible. Yep, very possible. Toxic said, if he's being denied phone access, it could also be other inmates. They know what he is. Yeah, he's in solitary. I don't know when he comes out, if he's around other inmates or not. Veronica said, facts are facts. Stearns, he is guilty and belongs where he is. If he's not guilty of the unaliving because the CSAM is clear, he is, then he should speak. Yeah. I know, like, and they know that. I just think it's hard for them. You know what I mean? Abella said, Mom made the comments about Jen that she was not involved. What did she know? Hio said, the long wait for the death penalty is primarily to allow for thorough appeals and legal reviews, ensuring due process and reducing the risk of wrongful executions. Yes. Michelle said, well, I'm sorry, but your chomo killed your son, gets no sympathy from me. Parents enabled this asshole. And Deborah starts, well, I don't think that they, like, would they have supported him as much if he knew what what's going on? I mean, I think they would have sought help. I think they would have told somebody, you know what I mean? Gammy said, if parents can't admit they could have done better, they're full of poop anyway. Yeah, everybody could do better. I could do better. We could all do better as parents. And I think they would, if you asked them, admit that they could do better. Heather said, if there was some weird stuff with him when he was younger, then they have little excuse for his later actions. Yeah, I'm looking into that. I'm going to hopefully be able to, I'll show you tomorrow and let you know if I was able to verify it or not. That's going to be interesting.
At our house. And at that point, I put my foot down and said, Madeline's not sleeping in the room with you. She's too old for that. And I said, you need to stop doing that at home too. And I talked to both Jen and to Stefan. And Jen says, well, she comes in at night. She gets scared. She comes in at night. And
she's talking about trying to put her foot down and make them stop putting Maddie in the bed. So she did try. It's not like they didn't even try, you know?
The bed, I can't stop her. I said, did your door have a lock on? She said, yes. I said, well, then use the damn lock. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then to send your child off to sleep with a man in another room in a single bed together, who is not a biological relative, and even biological relatives can't be trusted. I mean, seriously, how many people have you heard of in that situation with family members? So I just, I saw red when I heard that, and it's.
Did you on that issue? Did you?
Real quick, Rochelle says, I'm a much better grandparent than parent, right? And I think that's the role as grandparents. Like, you know, grandparents are always real close to their grandchildren, because by the time you're a grandparent, you've learned and made mistakes as a parent. I tell my kids all the time, you know, I'm doing the best I can. Of course I could do things better, but I was never given a handbook on this, you know. I'm learning just like you are. So we're all just trying to do our best here. So yeah, absolutely. Jackie said, thank you for being here. First of all, Jen Soto is too smart to say implicating things through phone to Stefan. And second, the LE may lie to Chris Stearns in hopes he would give more information to implicate Jen Soto. Like, I really hope that that's what the deal is. Sarah said, just a reminder, lovelies, if the parents were truly not involved, they are also victims. The family of Dennis Rader, who was the BTK killer, bound torture kill, were oblivious to his crimes. And when they found out, they were blindsided. And unfortunately, that happens a lot.
I know it sounds like you chastised them about sleeping in the same bed, but did you ever get a chance to sit down and talk to Stefan about that issue in more detail?
I didn't think I had to. I did not think I had to. Well, but I did bring Madeline in, and she stayed with me in my room anytime they came to visit.
Right. Yeah, you guys said that in one of your interviews that she was in. Was it both of you guys bad, or was it?
No, we are what they call now sleep divorced. We have separate rooms because we can't sleep together. We love each other, absolutely.
She's insomniac and a night person. I'm a morning person, and
we both snore.
And so it would be the battle of the lumberjacks. And so, in order for both of us to get sleep, we sleep in separate rooms, and we sleep with the dogs.
We split the dogs up.
We call the bitches and bros. I get the boys, she gets the girls, and they provide warm comfort, and they're
security.
They're great sleep mates. So, and of course, and if I'm not here, they all sleep with Debbie. And God forbid somebody try to come in the house, they're going to have 5 Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass going after them. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning, heads up.
Yeah, to all those YouTubers, we'll get into that too.
But Debbie did talk to Stefan and Madeline individually.
Lord, I hope YouTubers weren't going around their property and things.
Yeah,
so
they went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop, but they never got to do it here. And I did not. And then we were chastised because we didn't allow them to vape in our home, and somehow they figured out that we don't smoke. We only drink occasionally. Again, I can't turn down a margarita at a Mexican restaurant. And we don't do drugs. I don't even like doing prescribed drugs. That I don't take pain pills. I did the whole heart surgery on nothing but extra strength.
Oh, goodness. She had heart surgery on extra strength Tylenol. I couldn't do that. Hey, all things serious, good to see you. I can't wait for this trial. I will be making sure my schedule is open. I know you're in Florida. If you could go, that would be awesome. I hope I can. By the time we go to trial, hopefully I'll be in a better position and able to go. That would be amazing. I would go. I sure would. Toxic said, I feel bad for his parents, but they also have to realize they enabled their son in so many ways. I 100% agree with that statement. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Bazard, I don't know if I said hey to you, love, but hey.
Tylenol. I can't take it. Some of it I'm allergic to. But they said we thought we were superior because of that. That's not true. That's our choice. But also my choice is I don't want cigarette smoke and marijuana smoke in my home. It makes me ill. I don't like the smell of it. I don't want to be around it.
It sounds like, Deborah, that Madeline occasionally was in your bed. Did you guys have a close relationship with Madeline? Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yes, I taught her to crochet. We sat and did artwork together. We did projects. I was teaching her how to cook. She spent a lot of time with me when she wasn't in there watching movies with them. So we actually put Disney on our TV here so she could sit out in the family room with us while I thought we were giving Jen and Stefan alone time as a couple. I tried to be respectful of their space.
Yeah.
Taking on Madeline. But
see, and that's weird to me. Like she's, like a grandparent would, she's teaching her how to crochet. That touched my heart because I crochet. When I'm not live, a lot of times I'm crocheting. But, they're doing things like grandparents do. They're trying to, they're spending time with their grandchild that wasn't even biologically their grandchild and teaching her how to crochet, cooking with her. They even they pay for, what I'm assuming is they're paying for Disney Plus so that she can stay in the living room and watch her Disney while Stefan and Jen have alone time as parents. And to know that they did that and, just kind of, I don't know what they did, pretended, maybe distributed and manufactured some CSAM. I don't know, not manufactured, but distributed. I mean, I don't know. That's just, and imagine being in her shoes, like thinking, hey, I'm going to give them a break. I'll hang out with Maddie. I'll teach her some things. She can cook with me. I was just canning and the kids were helping me with that a few minutes ago, doing these things with them. So the parents get a break. And then you find out, they're not even together. They didn't even want, they didn't even really need the alone time, Jeannie B said, wonder if Maddie kicked her in bed. That's a good question. I think she said she did. I can't remember exactly, though. Listen to Deborah. She sounds so unlikable. I'm sorry you feel that way, Michelle. I haven't found that yet, but I respect your opinion. Toxic said, that has nothing to do with Stearns, though. People are going to make bad decisions that don't reflect the parents' morals. But you made the choice to cover things up and sweep things. If you're referencing, what he did when he was a child, again, I don't want to speak on it too much because I have to validate those documents. But if that's true, I mean, yeah. But again, I'm going to put myself in her shoes. Like, your child, that's your child. You love them. They did something, and you're hoping that they learned that lesson, right? Just like, I don't know, your child might slap somebody in the face, and you say, no, that's wrong. You can't do that. Here are the reasons why. And you hope that child has learned that lesson and is not going to do that again. Like, if she did cover up for him and sweep it under the rug, as bad as that is, again, I think she was just protecting him and hoping he would learn from the lesson. And, you cannot do that again. Like, I'm sure there's people that have unfortunately done things, and they date people later in life that have children, and nothing, I mean, they're a good, wonderful step parent, and nothing out of line happens. So was she supposed to say, oh, that woman has a child, you can't date her? If he ever had kids of his own, oh, you can't be around your own child. You know what I mean? Real quick, because I was talking, I want to get some, see what you guys are saying about that. Toxic said he's never really been made to be accountable, not to mention he is entitled on how he demands this and that from his parents while being behind bars. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I had my grandbaby overnight last night and loved it. Aw, that's so awesome. I'm so happy for you. I got 3 more real quick. Donna said Debbie should have put her foot down and said if the sleeping arrangements didn't stop, she would report it. She did try to put her foot down, but maybe threatening to report it would have helped. Sarah said all the different opinions and perspectives are amazing. Thank you, everyone, for keeping the conversation respectful. Yes, thank you so much. And lastly, oh, you're fine, Michelle. Bazard said, yeah, Debs, your son and his girlfriend clearly stayed over to make love while you played grandma to an abused girl who said questionable things about their family dynamics at Potato Place. I mean, yeah, but again, would you, if you really had no, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, what if she had called and had been wrong, Like, because in your wildest dreams, you don't think your child would be doing all that,
But Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She
Giggled a lot.
She giggled a lot. This is a horrible, awesome world. She's a child. She should still be here. She should still be here.
Yeah. Did you? So you just described kind of the bright side of Madeline, that she was happy and giggled a lot. Did you ever, she was next to you in bed. Did you ever notice any distress?
No.
From her? Did you ever feel like maybe she wanted to talk to you about something she couldn't, or did you get any of that?
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stephan would be sitting on the sofa, and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And Madeline is the one that told me about the co-sleeping. Not Stephan and not Jim. Madeline did. When she related, she said it was a funny story. She says, oh, I was in bed with Mom and Stephan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him. And she went, isn't that funny? I said, no, it's not. I don't find that funny.
So again, I mean, why is Jen hiding it? If she thought there was no problem with it, why is it that Madeline's the one mentioning it? Because, right, a child's going to be like, hey, isn't that funny? My leg was draping it. Like she just said, I mean, Maddie doesn't understand that it's wrong. So of course she's going to talk about it open and candid and say, ha, isn't that funny? Because she thinks it's normal. She thinks that's what, she doesn't see any fault in it. But Jen's not talking about them all 3 sleeping in the bed together. She's not the one who brought it up, which shows she knows it's wrong and bad. And so why are you still doing it and not attempting to stop it? Especially when Steven, the ex-husband, had made it stop.
Yeah.
That's right. When I had to talk with them. Because to me, I'm sorry, that sent up a big red flag.
Yeah.
Right.
She said that. She said that in a playful manner, but not in a, you wouldn't see that as kind of a cry for help.
I did not see it as a cry for help. I found it to be
alarming,
disturbing to me on levels. So other than that, we had no recollection. We had no indication that something illicit was going on. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you told Stephan, you shouldn't be co-sleeping with Madeline. As far as you could tell, he heard you. He said, okay.
He heard me. He heard me. He and Jen both says, well, but she wants to be with us. And
Yeah.
I knew no matter what I said to him, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway.
Yep.
Right.
It was very obvious to me that they were not listening. They heard, but they're not comprehending, and they're not going to change.
You've mentioned that Stefan would often say one thing, but do another, right? That you didn't know.
Oh yeah, modus operandi.
You didn't know what was true and what wasn't sometimes.
I mean,
He made it. He was a gaslighter.
Mm.
He could make you think things were one way when they were a total other way, and do it with such sincerity.
And do it with such sincerity. And then you add Jen to the dynamic, and I think she did the same thing. I think she's very much a gaslighter. And you just got, a recipe for destruction, for it's just not good. Horrible situation.
That you questioned yourself.
Interesting.
And when we got to figure that out, things changed for him, and they didn't change for the good. And he was no longer a happy camper because we challenged him on everything. We came up missing money. We came up missing jewelry. Came up missing my deceased father's Rolex. And I know he took it.
Yep. Stefan stole that shit, and it's hard. Bazzer said, I get what you're saying. Hindsight, it's very sus. Of course, maybe stinky parents tried not to see things as sus or creepy. They should have been more hard on that arrangement. Yeah, I agree. And they say that the way they answered the question, they knew that they were going to do what they were going to do anyway. So, like, at that point, what do you do? I mean, most of us will say, well, of course you call CPS, you report it, but I don't know, like, what if it really was innocent? And that's the problem, like, Marley, the ex-girlfriend, had. Like, what if you're wrong? I'm not trying to, I don't by any means want to say that, anything bad about CPS, but there has been cases that, I've heard of cases personally where unfortunately CPS was wrong, and they removed a child from a house that didn't need to be removed. And then you have cases where the child did need to be removed, and they didn't remove the child in time, and the child died or something, they disappeared or something like that. So, and again, CPS has to go by what can I prove in court. If I go to court, because they do a lot, is this illegal? Is this a crime? The reason I'm going in here and taking this child, if I go to court, is it a crime? And that's kind of where you're at. Like, it's not necessarily a crime for them to all sleep together. Is it horrible? Yeah. We don't want it to happen. Do we think it's bad? Yeah, absolutely. But is it necessarily illegal? Now, for her to be abused, and it is, but if she wasn't being abused because nobody knew that at the time, is it necessary? It's gross, but is it illegal? Hey, Chrissy.
But he won't admit to it even now.
When did that start? Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and like, when did he take the Rolex?
Last year.
It started when he was a teenager.
Okay.
And little stuff, and then it got bigger and bigger as he got older. I mean, you never got the truth about anything. I mean, he wrecked his car and never got the true story in that. So very similar to the incident of Maddie's disappearance. Coming up with something like that. When he called me that afternoon, second call that day. Flat tire, and listened to that BS. And boy, when you look at the images of that tire, I mean, there wasn't hardly any rubber left on that wheel whatsoever. And then they show pictures of these chunks of rubber laying in the ground. And Stefan trying to explain to me that he had a flat tire and he was in the inside lane of a highway in a high density commercial district, and he couldn't pull off the road. Again, it was a story that I didn't believe. And then getting a call less than 90 minutes later, about Maddie's disappearance. And I go, that's too coincidental. Two events like that in a single afternoon. I don't believe in coincidences. Didn't believe that, but wanted to. I was there to support the story until it was different. And unfortunately, I found out a couple of days later, if I had seen that TV interview that they held the next day, my attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making the trip to Orlando and helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out, for sure.
The police kicked everybody out of the townhouse and quarantined it, roped it off. They had no money. They had no place to go. He didn't want to go to the in-laws' house, of course, or to her mother's house. They got along like brother and water. But it was, Chris went there to get them into a hotel and to be there as emotional support for them for a missing child, not for anything else.
Not for an escape route or to hide them.
Nope.
You knew that Madeline was missing. You didn't know why. And you thought, I can give them a place to stay.
Yeah. And then, I wanted some quality time with them. Again, I've just kicked myself for not seeing that TV interview, because my conversation would have been
After you couldn't have seen it.
I know that, but the interview took place.
Yeah, he's referencing, I think, the news interview. Somebody said, how is Basil? Basil is good. He wanted to go out, and I put him out twice since I've been live, and then he comes right back in. So he can't make his mind up. But he's laying on the bed right now in the sunlight that's shining in the window. Toxic said, if my kids stole from me, I'd be the first to call the police and press charges. Sorry, I might be your mom, but you're a thief, and I didn't raise you to be one. Yeah. I mean, the first time I might be like, this is not acceptable. I'm big on the lying thing, because I'm like, you can't lie to me and then I trust you. If somebody comes and says you did something that you really didn't do, I need to be able to know when you tell me that you didn't do it, that you're telling me the truth. So I'm big on that. I kind of understand that. Everybody has their things they're bigger on. As far as stealing, if it continued to happen, yeah, absolutely. The scared straight kind of theory, but I don't think so at first. Now, grown ass adult stealing, yeah. You should have learned that lesson by now, and now it's time to do something about it. Jackie said, my kids never left my sight till they were old enough, and I was confident they would tell me that there was something not right and knew about bad touches. I know the parents well enough to trust. Right. Lisa Lee said, so does he think the pig shredded up his own tire purposely? He thinks that he drove on it for an extended period of time, because if the tire was just flat, it would just, it would still be intact. It wouldn't be so shredded. He's saying that Stephen drove on that tire while it was flat for an extended period of time. And I've had to do that. I've had a tire go flat and I didn't have another one. So I have to drive the car to the gas station or try to make it home so I can change the tire. And it does. It'll shred the tire completely off the rim. Like, that doesn't happen unless you are driving on it while it's flat for quite a ways. And that's what he's talking about. Two more from Toxic said, heck, my oldest stole from the corner store and I marched his backside right there and made him give it back and tell the owner he stole it and wouldn't do it again. Now, I've done that in a grocery store. One of mine took some candy or something, and we did walk right back in, and I got the manager, and she handed the candy back and apologized, but that was as far as we went with that, and she hasn't stolen again. Toxic said, and they told him, I catch you, and then told him, I catch you stealing, I'll be the one to call the police on you and have you arrested. He never stole again. Yeah. Lastly, Lori said, we know Stephen Stearns is guilty of SA, but Jen, regardless, encouraged this to happen. It was her daughter, regardless. Maddie was 13. Yes, 13. This is acceptable in the law's eyes, so there's seriously something wrong. Yeah. I don't understand why they're not charging her neglect, abuse, then I'm upset about it.
Place before I got up there. That's the thing, but I didn't find out about it until Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation with him would have been very confrontational, and I wouldn't have been satisfied until I got the truth from him. When I questioned him as best as I could, now that he was in incarceration, obviously he couldn't give me the answers. The best he could come up with is that I wasn't able to think. Well, he was thinking a lot of other things and taking a lot of actions and doing a lot of things that obviously he was thinking. But again, that would be an appropriate response from Stephen, because again, keep telling the lie. But the amount of time that I had from 2:15 Wednesday morning until 4 p.m., I spent a total of 35 minutes with him, and it was over 3 different occasions. First of all, find that he wasn't at the hotel that morning, and then to learn later that he had left that hotel, went to St. Cloud, went to Northport, and came back. And then obviously so exhausted, he passed out in bed, didn't see him again until 3 o'clock. And again, no time for conversation because now we're down in the lobby of the hotel and he's now being escorted to supposedly a press conference, which there was a press conference, but he was immediately taken to the rear of the sheriff's department and put in a detention room, and later that evening arrested. Never had a chance to have a conversation with him.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I mean, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And
yeah, Jackie said that the same thing happened to her. And again, yeah, I remember that because the manager was like, it's okay. Like, it's not a big deal. And I'm like, no, but you don't understand. It is a big deal. Like, my child needs to learn that that's not acceptable. And you saying, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. Like, yes, it is. So I remember being frustrated because she was like, it's okay. It's not a big deal. And I'm like, yeah, she just stole from me. Like, yeah, it is a big deal. But, if we make a big deal out of it right now, then hopefully that'll stop it from happening later down the road. And yeah, that's what y'all are kind of saying too. Sorry to sidetrack.
Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off of Stefan's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't see them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize. I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical.
And he talks about that, but he stated in the interview that, oh, my bad, it might have been something I thought of or dreamed up. I mean, so I don't know why you would hold him accountable for that when he said it could have been something I just thought I saw or imagined. In the interview, in the same interview, somebody dragged him for. Angela said, I stole a cigarette from my dad when I was about 12, ended up in the hospital after he forced me to smoke a carton. I've heard of that. Never stole again from anyone, too harsh, but back then was accepted. Yeah, I remember my friend, his name was Curtis. He got caught stealing his dad's cigarettes. And I remember I was there. I think I had smoked one with him or something. And his dad was like, you're not my child, so I can't punish you for it. But I had to stand there and watch him smoke a whole pack. His dad made him smoke a whole pack. And I remember seeing him get sick. And it was enough to scare me. I smoke now, unfortunately, but it was way long time down the road before I ever picked up another one. It's just seeing him having to go through that and throw up scared the crap out of me. Lisa said, I don't think the dad was saying the pig drove on that tire till it was torn to shreds because the dad, the one that gave his son the keys on Friday, the dad was in possession of the vehicle before. I think, no, yeah, because that would have been on the Lincoln. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Graphical image in my mind that I thought I'd seen a photo. So I apologize for that. But again, you're dealing with this stuff 7-8 months ago. There's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd. If it was me, I'd be beating the crap out of somebody, whether I physically could or could not. And she was totally composed and quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
Hey, Sub Rosa, good to see you.
Now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about there being SA in Stefan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about
just me
giving him explicit material. Again, I can't use terms because of YouTube, but what could you guys set the record straight on that?
You bet. Number one, it was, from what we heard, it's Hustler magazine. the nastiest magazine that was ever printed. Never
Right.
came home. I would never buy it, and I would certainly never give it to my child.
Oh, goodness.
I mean,
None of that material existed in our house. But I'm sure back then, that day and age, magazines tossed to the street in trash can. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it, but certainly that type of stuff circulated and what have you. Have no idea where he came in possession of this, but it was not provided by us, and there was never any physical abuse or sexual essay abuse at home. None of that. He was always provided a warm, loving, caring environment. So none of that's true.
Do you think?
I wonder where that came from. Of course, especially in that day and age, kids would get magazines like that, at school or wherever. I wonder where that came from. Because I've never heard that Stefan was abused sexually or any other way.
Think there were any red flags in that area in terms of, I don't know, maybe some of the girls he was dating in high school? Or did you see any red flags about any unusual sexual interest or problems?
His first girlfriend he had in California, he had a big crush on her.
Okay.
We met her, sweet girl. We left California when the state went batshit crazy, excuse my French, but hey, it's California. We left there and came to Florida. At that age, your kids circulate through kids like people go through revolving doors. One kid comes in, hey, this is so-and-so, okay, and then you never see him again. There was a parade of those instances or what have you. One of the dogs, a friend of his came in, an acquaintance of his came in, and she didn't appreciate him. She let it be known too, kind of nipped him in the backside.
she wouldn't let him in the door.
Yeah.
She backed him up against the wall.
Not coming in.
And nipped him on the butt until he went out.
Oh, wow. The dog attacked his friend. And yeah, when you're a teenager, you do have a lot of friends over. I'm wondering if they're kind of saying that Stephen Stearns was a player back in the day. That's interesting.
Door again, and we later found out this was the same friend of his that overdosed on
Oh,
heroin.
no.
And died.
Well,
There was another incident, and I don't think we've ever brought this up.
now, let's not say that the person was a horrible person because they overdosed on heroin and died. I mean, that's a horrible tragedy. That doesn't mean the person was necessarily bad. People get caught up in things they never meant to get caught up in. And I'm sure I can tell you for 100% fact, nobody ever does any substance out there and says, I'm doing this with the intention of getting addicted and losing my whole entire life and ending up on the street and homeless. Like, that's never what somebody says when they try a substance for the first time. So I completely disagree with that. I don't like that at all.
Before, and that is in California, he was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man was very inappropriate with them. And I'll let Chris tell you the rest of it. But
cat call or something, and there's
lewd cat call.
There was a shout out to him, and the truck spun around and came back. This guy unfolded himself out of the truck. It was that big, and physically started assaulting Stefan to the point that he was choking him to death. Coincidental to that, we had just come back from Sequoia National Forest where we went camping with the church group, and Stefan had a pocket knife in his pocket and stabbed the guy in the chest to defend himself. The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stefan defended himself, but didn't realize that he suffered PTSD from that. I didn't realize that until several years later that he was experiencing that.
He was haunted by it.
Yeah.
He was haunted
What
by
was just to clarify, what was the trigger? What was the cause of that?
There was a very lewd remark made and a shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was a meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by in the truck, maybe an FU or what have you. And they spun around.
They flipped the bird. They flipped the bird, and he spun the truck around and came after him.
And Stefan was the only.
That's bad. So Rosa said, is there any proof that the traumatic brain injury happened, documentation, or just a story? In my opinion, it's just a story without the medical reports to back it up. Yeah, it could be just a story, but to be fair, like let's say that the hospital they went to would have been, 80s or 90s. maybe a computer caught a virus and lost all the documentation. There could have been a flood, there could have been a fire. If everything's in paperwork, then they're going to lose all of that. You know, you hear about like my husband has a hard time pulling his we I don't even think we've still been able to get his high school diploma from the school because the school flooded at one point and then burnt down, and like we can't even get his high school diploma. And that would have been 97 or something. So people do lose, like it can happen that the documentation can be lost, and it absolutely did happen. I don't know if they'll be able to prove it in court though, which kind of sucks because if it happened and they could use it, you know, they need to be able to prove it. But if something happened at the hospital and they just don't have the records anymore, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, there's none that we know of yet.
Karate or no karate, he couldn't get the guy off of him.
And how old was Stefan?
16, 17?
Maybe 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a really thin guy, that guy. Yeah.
Was there,
see him.
when you talk about the line that was starting during his early adolescent years, it sounds like, did any of that become criminal behavior at all? Or did he ever get disciplined for any, you know, antisocial or unusual?
I don't just believe anything they say without scrutiny. And I respect your opinion, and I appreciate you sharing your opinion, because we all need to, you know, I like to have these conversations. I don't believe everything they said without scrutiny, but I do believe that it's possible that they can't find the records. I also believe it's possible that they're lying and trying to get him out because, you know, they have coddled him a lot. You know, both could be true. Both could actually, yeah, both could be true. I suppose, but you know, it's possible to lose documentation, especially from that time period. I don't have any information on it yet, so I can't say one way or the other.
Usual, you know, problematic behavior at that age?
No, that's the thing. There was never any issues with him. You know, I guess a parent's greatest fear is that the kid becomes an alcoholic or a drug addict. I mean, I in conversations with other friends or what have you, would tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids. And you know, it's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. You know, and you know, there was an incident one time where we were gone for the afternoon and came home, and I went up the stairs, and Stefan was coming down the stairs, and I had to stop midway. I go, whoa, time out. Oh my gosh. I said, come here. And I said, have you been drinking? And he just reeked of alcohol. Well, apparently he spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had. And we soon got rid of all the alcohol in the house. And believe it or not, he was heading out the door to take his friend home.
What was his age? What was the age at that time?
17. It was just before California. So I don't know, 17. And sent him to his room and didn't see him for 2 days. He passed out, and I took the friend home who told me what had been going on that afternoon. But you know, that's the worst thing that we had experienced at that time.
So when you have these incidents, did you guys sit down and kind of have a heart-to-heart with him at all? I mean, what was communication like between you guys?
Oh, we had open communication and dialogue with him all the time. What we didn't have from him was truth, or that if he was having a problem, he would come share it with us. He was very close and close-knit to himself. I mean, never came to.
It sounds like they did have a household with open communication as much as they could be. Now, whether Stefan chose to use that or not to be open, I don't think he did. Hey, Stoic Decision, thank you for being here.
To us very rarely, unless he needed money, you know, that he came to us with a problem.
Hey, you're okay, Michelle.
I mean, I felt and told Stefan that, why didn't you come to me with this problem that you experienced on Sunday evening or Monday morning, whenever this took place? Hey, I screwed up. Oh, okay. You know, because the first thing I would have suggested is I'll come in there, and then I'm going to take you to the police. You know, you got to turn yourself in. Let's be out in front of this. And I always told him to be out in front of this. The minute you've done something wrong, own it, fess up to it, and get out in front of it. And I guess he thought he was smarter than the average bear would have you, because obviously, if you look at the timelines and the sequence of the chronological narrative summary, what have you, is like, how can he not realize that his trail was being followed? They know everything he did. How can you, in today's today's technological environment that we live in, do you think you can get away with anything? You can't sneeze and not know that you've sneezed. I don't know how he thought he could get away with any of this. So our deepest desire is to discover more about Stefan, learn from him. And we're going to kind of lean on you, John, to help us provide some clarity to Stefan. It's a son that we didn't know versus what we did know about our son, and the complete opposite of one another. We feel blessed that we found you guys. You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity to do a deep dive into your channel, and it was a welcome relief to see the professionalism of what you guys put out there, and the fact that John's.
So that's interesting, and I'm glad that he did find Mr. John to be able to talk to, who's in the field of psychology or therapy. I'm not sure which one. And they can kind of analyze Stefan and kind of figure out his personality and what went wrong, and maybe the parents can get some help with understanding their son, because they're finding out that who they thought they knew, the person they thought they raised, is not that person at all. Mayla's mom, I'm not sure.
John's got a medical background, brings a lot of legitimacy to your channel. You guys truly represent what we believe should be represented in these crime channels that exist out there, and not the circus that they do represent. I mean, but it's a shame. It's reckless abandonment that they utilize. It's basically inciting a lynch mob against us, and God forbid anybody should cross their paths. Because they'll just attack you. I mean, you look at these broadcasts that they have, and then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel, and maybe you can answer this, John, is that why do people feel like that they have to lash out if not to make themselves feel better about themselves? I truly don't understand that. The fact that they spend these hours watching this stuff is just amazing. Don't they have lives?
Yeah, and I want to say, it's almost, this is what I've seen oftentimes in the true crime community. It's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. None of us can imagine what you're dealing with right now. Maybe there are some people, I'm sure there is a small club out there that understands a bit of what you're going through, but I would say the majority of people have no idea the type of situation and what that is like for both of you. No one, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. And it's true, if you don't speak.
I'm with them. Michelle says that she doesn't believe these people, their little baby boy can do no wrong. Let's not forget his mother paid off the roommate to keep his mouth shut about filming. I mean, you're right. I think she did it to try to keep his criminal record clean. But to be fair, yeah, you're absolutely right. Sarah said, have you guys seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin? Highly recommended, but disturbing, about a bad seed and his poor mother. Oh, goodness. Heather, I hope you have a good day. I'll have to check that movie out. Donna said, Stephen Stearns may have been protected when he was younger by Chris Stearns since he was in law enforcement. It's possible.
Shame on you for not speaking up, right? And if you do speak, they're going to scrutinize everything that you say.
Damn if you don't. So yeah. We've been handcuffed for the last 7 months, almost 8 months. We've been held to strict silence. And so I think we've been chastised, criticized for not responding, but people don't realize that, there's some legal proceedings going on here, and we don't want to misspeak. And now that all the information is out there, not that we knew anything, because we didn't know anything until it was released to the public. So we're learning just as much as everybody else does whenever this information is released. Stefan is constrained to tell us anything because he's under instructions from his attorney. So, and obviously what we have learned has been quite shocking to us, and very disappointing to say the least. And then of course now we're trying to self-analyze, what we did or didn't do that caused this, and we're not even sure. Well, we know we're not the cause of it. We're trying to pursue a conversation about an accident Stefan had 30 years ago as the possibility of causing this TBI. 30 years ago when Stefan had this accident, and just so the public can know what that consisted of, Stefan.
And he's going to talk about the TBI. And again, to be fair, it could be not true, but it could also be that records are lost. It was from a long time ago when records were kept on old computers that got viruses or for files. I mean, we don't really know. We weren't there. We didn't see. And how do you deal with something like this? If somebody came to you, right now and said, basically, bam, your child's in jail for horribly abusing this child for most of her life, what do you do? Especially a child that you have supported financially. I mean, they live with you. You've coddled them. Yeah, Dusty Parrott. Yeah, a lynch mob, but a child was killed. Yeah, that's absolutely accurate. But they're saying a lynch mob against them. I could understand a lynch mob against Jen and Stefan, not necessarily the parents. But, what do you do in that moment? I don't know if any of us would know.
Stefan was literally run over by a pickup truck twice. He and a friend were playing in a parking area when he was 7 or 8 years old. The guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them. Pushes Stefan down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot. Drove right over him and hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time. And then if that was enough, he pulled forward and ran over him again. The fact that Stefan isn't.
They hit him in the back of the head first, and then when Stefan raised up to look, he heard the kid screaming. He quickly put it in gear and drove forward and hit him in the front, and then came up over.
Oh God. Jill Corby said, "You don't become a pedo from a TBI." Hello. So, if you have damage to your prefrontal lobe, it can cause you to go back to a primitive state of mind, to a mind where you have no conscience, you don't feel remorse. A lot of serial killers, not a lot, but they've shown that there is a correlation between serial killers and prefrontal lobe damage. It takes you back to a primitive state of mind. So you're primitive, think about, cavemen or something like that. Not as in your actions, right? You don't feel remorse. You don't feel you do whatever comes into your mind. You don't stop yourself and say, that's wrong, I shouldn't do that. If you just go with the actions that are put into your mind. Now, I would say in order for a TBI to make him act on it, there had to be something there beforehand that attracted him to children. And that would be my thought on that. Yeah, poor, and thank you, Sarah. Damaged prefrontal cortex equals poor impulse control. Thank you for that. Yeah, so it had to be there. There had to be some type of attraction to a child for him to act on it. But it can make you to where you don't stop yourself and say, hey, that's wrong. I'm not going to do that. Yeah.
Over his body, up over his pelvis area.
The fact that he wasn't permanently disabled and wheelchair bound is a miracle.
Thank the mud.
But there wasn't when he was released from the hospital. The doctor said, "Hey, be cognizant of any difference in his attitude and his demeanor and such." And we pressed for more information, and we just told that he could have some headaches, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity to light and stuff. May not be able to wake up or go to sleep, and there could be some other physical traits. He developed a tic for a while, and after that, he did suffer
PTSD.
From PTSD and also separation anxiety.
PTSD and separation anxiety. Sarah said prefrontal cortex damage affects impulse control, decision making, empathy. It's the last part of your brain to develop. Dusty Pear, I understand what you're saying. I'm not excusing his actions at all. I'm just saying what they're saying about the traumatic brain injury and how they're saying, basically why it's brought up. Again, in the, mitigating factors, they specifically reference, injuries. I think it might even say to your brain or to your head or something, head injuries, brain injuries or something, because it is a thing. It damages, like Sarah said, you have, if you get damage to your prefrontal cortex, it affects impulse control, decision making, empathy, and it's the last part of your brain to develop. So that's the correlation. Now, again, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see. I don't know. So I don't know about the brain damage or the traumatic brain injury. Sorry. Sarah said, my uncle had a brain tumor and had surgery to remove it. It affected his whole personality. I'm not sure the exact location, but he was far less emotional, more fast to affect or to act. Yep.
But we just never knew what to expect, but they just told us to be on the lookout for things. And what we did find is that his personality changed. He changed 180 degrees. He was a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such, and to something totally different.
Troglodyte.
And then he started experiencing some educational problems, and Debbie can relate to that. We had to put him into an individual education plan and what have you. We finally realized that we needed to take him out of school and put him into a homeschool environment, which was held to a strict regime, and Debbie did a great job of managing that for him. We also did as much as we could to encourage him to participate in sports. I tried to expose him to as much sports as possible. He didn't seem to have a lot of interest in group sports per se. Kind of gravitated towards track. He was fast. He was always fast as a kid on his feet, and in spite of his injury, he was a speedster. But that didn't last long because he apparently had a kidney disorder that required some immediate surgery, and he had to have some emergency surgery to take care of that. Again, he discovered an interest in Shokan karate and did well with that. He managed to get a brown belt in that, but we were forced to move away to California. Well, actually, no. Where did we go after that? He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her in her last few years. But we later introduced him to scuba diving. We kept trying to introduce him to things that would be motivating enough to provide enough incentive to where maybe he would be motivated to go out and get a job and earn some money to pay for these things, because it didn't try to.
My chat froze and wouldn't load, and I didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry for everybody's comments that I just missed. It froze for a hot minute. Hey, Allison and Maggie May. Maggie May, I'm sorry if I didn't say hey to you earlier. Allison said, can't deny that I myself have a child that I coddled or help with rent, groceries, when the car needs mechanic, etc. But I sure as hell don't see how I take any blame if she commits a crime. Yeah, but like what they're saying is like the internet is blaming them. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you're saying, you're not going to take blame for her if she commits a crime. And right, like the parents aren't taking blame for him, but the internet's blaming them. And it's not fair because they didn't commit the crime. They didn't try to cover up the crime. If you want to go to, they knew about them sleeping in the bed together. Again, I would say that, while it's not acceptable and not good, you don't necessarily know something horrible is going on, Toxic said, traumatic brain injuries can affect personality. Someone who is laid back and calm can end up aggressive and easy to explode, not able to control things, they say. Yes, thank you. I got 3 more comments I'm going to read. Veronica said, I've gone through a lot of crap in my life, and when I was younger, I cracked my head open a couple of times. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not a pedo nor an unallower. And I understand that, and I agree with that. It of course, it affects people differently, Of course, we would hope to not be those things. And like I said, you would have to have some kind of, like, you're not just going to be a pedophile from a traumatic brain injury. You would have had to have some kind of attraction to children or something beforehand. It can change your entire personality. But for you to act on it would be my thing. Like, you're not necessarily going to act on it. But if you have a traumatic brain injury, it makes you lose impulse control, could make you lose impulse control and things like that.
overindulge him with money and access to money per se. I was trying to use that as an incentive and motivation to go out and get a job. Obviously that didn't work too well, but everything seemed to be focused towards solitary pursuits. We loved reading games, Pokemon games, Warcraft, and other things. If he liked something, man, he drilled in on it. He focused in on it. He really truly excelled at that, and things that he did excel at. Again, try to encourage him to assimilate a normal flow of life. And there was almost always a disconnect. It had been a very frustrating experience for us.
Now, Jill, to be fair, points out they are full of BS. Sorry. In another interview, the mother said he was the smartest kid in the room. He also put him on medications, so stop looking for excuses. I guess, and I do remember that interview. To be fair, she said the personality, yeah, and she did say they had to homeschool him, yeah. I definitely can see what you're saying. The loser was a bum, right? I definitely see that. However, I understand why they're doing it, because that's their child, and as we know, they overloved him. They overloved him to the point that they coddled him, and he was an adult child. So I don't agree with it necessarily what they're doing, but I can see how. Yeah, and like Teresa said, if they're damned, I think they're damned if they talk and damned if they stay quiet. They're in a no-win situation. Right. Hey, Tony.
To
right.
get him to assimilate into a normal life. We were getting on in our years, we're in our early 70s.
Yeah. So you talked about communication was open, it sounds like, and you were able to talk to him about quite a bit, or at least when he was willing to talk. What about the emotional connection? How would you guys describe your emotional connection to your son when he was younger?
I thought it was very close and loving.
Yeah, it was really close up until the accident, and not that we changed, he changed. I mean, he was, if you show you photos of him, as a kid, I mean, he's running through the house on the tips of his toes and just a little speed demon, laughing and giggling all the time. Really a quite bubbly personality. I mean, we discovered very early on that if he was focused on something, forget about it. We were at a hotel one time, and he got the key to the refrigerator or bar in the room, and he was sitting there at the age of 3 with that key, and he was relentless in getting that key into that lock and unlocking that lock. But that's how focused he could be. But he was, we loved that kid to death, smothered him.
They even admit they loved him to death, like they smothered him. Yeah, I mean, Sub Rosa said, I think it's a mix of trying to figure out what happened and also excuse making and trying to raise any mitigating factors that they can. I respect that they were willing to talk. Right, exactly. Jill said he's not a child, he's a grown man who is a monster. Right, but they treated him like a child to the point of supporting him financially still. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not excusing what he did. Please don't mistake that. I'm just saying I understand what they're doing as well. When you begin hiding your dirty sock secret, that's some brain power working there at the very least. Yeah. Hey, Mrs. O. Mrs. O said his parents are using every excuse known to men. They're also protecting themselves. Yeah. Would you, though? Like, if it was your child? I mean, and we all say absolutely not. I would not. Now, and again, they didn't know about the CSAM until he was already arrested. Of course, nobody would protect their child if they had done some things like that. And he again said that Stefan didn't tell him what he had done when he saw him at the hotel, because he knows his dad would have marched him down to the police office and say, here, turn yourself in. So again, I mean, but afterwards, if you're to the point of financially supporting your son to where he's a grown-ass man-child still living in your house and you're still financially supporting him, you're going to support him in jail too. I mean, I know it's sorry. I mean, I know it kind of irritates us and makes us upset, but that's just the truth. I mean, I'm sorry.
What?
You're
smothered
fine,
them, whatever. But we there was never any denial of any outward affection from him and us, and even to this day, still a lot of outward display of affection, love and affection. Nothing, as I said, ever gave us any clue or warning to to his recently discovered behavior. I mean, this, like I said, this is a son that we don't know. It's not the son that we do know. So,
Debbie, you even homeschooled Stefan for a time, and that's actually been brought up in numerous conversations on YouTube as well. Do you want to share a little bit about why you chose to do that and what that was like?
Because it was a daily fight to get him out of bed, dressed, and out the door to go to school. It was a daily fight to get him to do his homework.
So even here, they're saying it was a daily fight to get him dressed, out the door, into school. It was a daily fight to get him to do his homework. He wouldn't keep a job. They couldn't get him up and to go to work. Yet, they still let him live in the house. They still financially supported him. Like, that's what we have to take into account. You know, they're not just going to stop all of a sudden, especially he's in his, 37, and they're still doing it, you know? I've heard that, baby boomer, and thank you for being here. Real quick, Jen said, I feel like if one of my sons did something like this, I'd revert to my father's classic. I brought you into this world and I'll take you back out. But in reality, I bet I'd never really do that. Right. Like, you're still financially supporting your 37-year-old son in your house to the point like he's working at Disney. You make him come back because you say you can't financially support yourself on that salary. It'll take you 2 years. Here, let me get you a job. And yet he still won't get his ass out of bed and you're still letting him live there. Like, that's just not going to be cut off overnight. Especially when he's playing mind games and saying, you know, I didn't start this. It's not all my fault. You know, I didn't do this. And they even reference him blaming other people in the beginning of this. And they've had to come to terms with the fact that he did this. And it is his fault. And he was the lone gunman, so to speak.
We had several conferences with teachers. And even on the IEP, he was not progressing. So I talked to the principal of the school. And I said, what can I do? And she said, have you ever tried homeschooling? And I said, well, no. Don't you have to have, a full college degree for that? Because I'm short a few credits. I don't have my degree yet. And she says, no, you don't have to, because you are going to be supporting him, but he's going to be doing his classes with Florida Virtual School. So that's what happened. And we were able to get him up at 10 in the morning. It was easier. So maybe that's coddling him, but it was easier on me too, because I usually don't go to sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. So, hey, I didn't have to be up at 6:30 in the morning to get him up. He was able to eat food, and we were able to take short breaks and progress at a rate that would interest him, because some stuff he could just speed through. English language, sentences, reading, history, science, he loved all of that, and he devoured it. Math, no.
Hates math.
Math for me, no. So I called it a tutor. You're usually good at one thing. If you're good on the historical, on the English side, you're usually not good on math. I don't have a linear brain. So I had to bring in a tutor. But he had to take his tests orally with a proctor over the phone, and I could not be in the room. And did I help him with his homework? Yep, I did. Don't most people help the kids with their homework? I didn't do it for him, but I helped him.
I wish you were my parent, because I never got help with homework.
No. Anyway, I also gave him courses that they weren't offering in school. We did marine biology. We did oceanography. We did stuff that he liked. He loved dinosaurs. We looked into that. So I feel like he got a better education at home than he got in school. He didn't have the distractions. He could concentrate on his work. He wasn't distracting the kids around him. And he was.
Sue Joy said, so afraid we'll never know the entire truth about what happened to poor Maddie. Very sad. Arrest Jen Soto. I agree with that.
Frustrating the teachers. But when he described his algebra teacher to me as a woman who stood at the blackboard with her back to the class, talked to the backboard while doing, combinations up on the board, doing algebraic expressions.
Michelle, that's a great statement. Michelle said, I didn't start this. That is something a 7-year-old would say after getting in trouble in elementary school. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. 100% right. So he's a 37-year-old though, and he's still acting like a 7-year-old by saying, Mama, I didn't start this. Daddy, I didn't start this. He's still at the mindset of that 7-year-old child, and they still treat him like he's that 7-year-old child. I believe you. It had to be Jen. It had to be this person. It had to be that person. That goes to the crux of what I'm saying. It's something a 7-year-old would say, and yet a 37-year-old is saying it because he has been treated like a 7-year-old his whole entire life. He's never had to grow up and face accountability for what he's done. And the parents have never made him stand up and face accountability for what he's done. So they're not going to do it now. They're not going to say, this is horrible what you've done. I turned my back on you and I'm going to let you rot in prison for the rest of your life. They're still falling for his bullshit. They're still believing his lies, unfortunately, you know.
Expressions, and they couldn't understand her, couldn't hear her, and she never helped anybody do anything. And I said, why is he even here? You were still allowed to participate with the school because you were still basically enrolled with the school. So he still got to go to prom. He still got to go to graduation. He walked and got his diploma.
Got the cap and gown and the whole thing.
Yep.
What was he? So was he in the virtual program throughout the entirety of high school, or just a few years? What was the
1.5 years in high school?
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that he tended to be a bit solitary. Was that after high school, or was he a bit of a solitary person in high school as well?
Yes. He had his cadre of close friends. He didn't have a huge group of friends. He had 4 or 5 close friends, and that was all he wanted in his life. Just his little circle of friends. He was not a social butterfly by any means.
And do you think that the accident had something to do with that?
I think so. He was quite gregarious beforehand. He would run. He would go and knock on people's doors and say, "Do you have somebody my age that I can play with?" You know, he would introduce himself to people. He would run around and ride around his bicycle looking to see if there were any games he could join in. And he did do kickball and stuff like that. And he went fishing, taught him to fish.
Sub Rosa said, how wonderful. He graduated high school. Let him go free. I think they're just giving us an idea of who he was as a child and what they remember. I don't think they're saying this to get him out of jail or say to let him go free at all. I think they're just trying to give us some insight as to who Stephen Stern was before all of this, as a child. And, that's what I'm here. I want to hear, that's the kind of stuff I want to know about. You know what I mean? I wish I could get it from like the teachers and other people, because the parents are definitely biased towards him. They're going to, but I do want to, at least I'm getting it from somebody. You know what I mean? Oh, you're good, Sub.
I kind of was more of an outdoorsy person because of the horses, and I also got Stephen a horse. He wanted a horse. He got a horse, but he had to promise to work with me in the barn.
See, again, he wanted a horse. I got him a horse. How many of us do that? Like, I got kids that want horses right now. I can't afford that. So again, it just goes back to the spoiling and the coddling.
That meant cleaning, shoveling poop, bringing shavings in, hauling hay with me, going and picking up more shavings, which all the kids loved that because they got to ride in the pickup truck on top of all the shavings. But, and now people are saying that sounds like this the worst thing I could ever do is to have him actually work to support his horse and to help me, because I was having some physical problems from these surgeries I had on my feet. So there were some things that I just couldn't do. But he loved running out at night. He would just grab a hunk of mane, hop on their bareback, and they just run around the pasture. Every night we went out together and gave the horses peppermint candy before we went to bed. So it was, to me, that was an ideal life. He was able to go into the woods and go fishing, catch frogs, catch lizards, catch snakes.
Right, Michelle.
You guys are helping me kind of develop a picture of your son, and the more you talk about him, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it feels to some extent like your son was very childlike in a way. Like it's almost like with his interest in games as an adult and, the solitary pursuits, it almost sounds like he really struggled to grow up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, and I will also say he's a narcissist.
Okay.
Donna said when he's convicted, will they still be defending him? Probably. Judging by the way they've been with him his whole entire life, yeah, I would say yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately. Hey, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, you're not late. You got here right when you were supposed to be here, and thank you for being here.
It was all about Stephen. When Stephen wanted something, Stephen wanted it then. He didn't want to wait. He didn't want to wait for Christmas. He didn't want to wait for his birthday. It was now, and he would throw a fit.
And again, take that back to what we've heard about him buying the toys. Even Jen talks about how he buys the toys. He has to have the newest cards, the newest toys, the Tamagotchis, the Pokemon card. Like, again, he just never grew out of it.
And that was hard. That was hard on us, but it was harder on him because we didn't give into it.
even when he was younger, he would, teenage years, he never grew out of that.
No. Kept waiting for, it seemed like there was a disconnect. You were like kind of this close, and all you needed to do is make this connection. And it's like,
John, he had no impulse control.
Yeah.
Really,
Okay.
if he wanted to do it, he did it. And then he paid the consequences later. He got put on restrictions. He had his car taken away. At one point, I went in and stripped his room of everything that he had because he had gone for 6 weeks without cleaning his room, and I had begged him for 6 weeks, please clean your room, or I'll come in and do it. No, I'll do it myself. Okay. Well, finally, I went in there and I took his wallet. I took his car keys. I went out and took the tags off of his car, and I told him, you were grounded. Period, until that gets done. And his friends were laughing their butts off at him, saying, you just got jacked by your mom. Said, get in there and clean your clothes, clean the closet, and clean up your room, which he finally did because of his friends, not because of me.
Yeah.
So it's like,
it was always, I'll do it, and never
Yeah.
get done.
yeah, it's
Tomorrow, everything's more convenient
everything
tomorrow.
was a
Right,
procrastination,
Rochelle?
unless he wanted something, and then he was Johnny on the spot to do it.
Tell me about his friends. What were they like?
What was what?
Tell me about his friends. What were they like?
Well, so we were never very approving of them because you're the sum of the 5 people and these kids were not very motivated.
They had their own family issues, and a lot of them came and stayed with us when they were on the outs with their parents.
They seemed to be more interested in drugs, alcohol.
So again, he chose bad friends. Rochelle said, I don't know if he ever had consequences. I don't think he did, and that's part of the problem. I call bullshit, says LJ. Sub Rosa says, they're smart to get out in front of this. Much respect for that, even if they aren't perfect. Right. None of us are perfect, right? I mean, I ask you to honestly, even if it's just to yourself and you never talk about it ever again, just think about yourself for a minute. If this happened with your child, and be serious. Like, of course, all of us want to say absolutely not. We would never support them in jail. We would disown them and banish them from our eyesight for the rest of our life. But at the end of it, that's still your child. And they're looking at the death penalty in prison. We all say that we would not support them financially. We would write them off. We would not give, the time of day, help them at all whatsoever. But you got to take into account, number one, that's your child. And number two, he has been basically, excuse my French, but mind fucking his parents his whole life. And he still mind fucks them. And he got away with everything. He knows how to play them. He knows how to play their face. And that's what he does. Yeah, he still didn't clean his room. Even when he got in trouble and all his shit taken away, he still didn't clean his room. And that was when he was a kid, and he's still living with them at 37. Hey, Kalisa. Hey, Mommy Ball. Kalisa said many people make parenting mistakes and their kids do not turn out like Stephen. Absolutely. Absolutely. But what if they did? What if you were a perfect parent and never made a mistake ever and your child somehow turned out like that? Would you just act like they didn't exist, especially when you supported them their whole entire life? Mommy Ball said, parents don't know everything about their child. I'm 52 and hid my older brother's alcoholism as best I could. Right. Rochelle said, I don't blame them for supporting their child, but I don't support what he's done. I don't support what he's done either. And I don't think they do either. I don't think anybody supports what he did. To be fair. Mayla's mom said, I would absolutely support my children and I would visit them. Nothing would ever change my love for my child. They can hate what he did. Right. And I think that's where they're at,
Partying, sleeping, and not doing anything. And I grew up differently from that.
Hey, Nina.
I was blessed to have, a good circle of friends. Debbie, the same. But how he seemed to gravitate toward these people that weren't a good influence for him, which is why we disapproved of Jen, because again, she was not a good influence.
Now that's telling. Jen's a bad influence. Why do we think that? Is she really? I'm going to call you Mercedes. I wanted to say hey to you real quick. So Mercedes says usually the parents are clueless, but these parents knew exactly the monster they were raising and coddling. They knew they were raising and coddling what turned out to still be a man child at the age of 37, but I don't think that they knew about what he was doing to Maddie. I think they found it weird and tried to stop the sleeping in the bed, but I don't think they, for a minute, because his dad's a cop, and even he says, like, if I'd have known Stefan had done that interview with the news, if I had seen that interview when I was still at the hotel, I would have marched him down to the police station and made him turn himself in. So again, I mean, I don't think that they're trying to cover or think what he did was okay. I think they're just guilty of coddling and all of that.
For him, but that's what he seemed to gravitate to. And we didn't.
What do you think drew him to those types of people? What do you have any thoughts about that?
I do. We used to call it the wounded bird syndrome. He needed somebody he could coddle and protect. And he did that. And he treated those girls very, very well, from what I heard and saw. I wasn't with him in the bedroom. I wasn't with him when he was doing whatever he was doing. And I didn't want to be. So
I think he just felt
Right,
so,
Veronica?
his self-esteem was
needed.
very low that maybe he just gravitated, didn't feel that he was worthy of somebody equal to him, greater than him. You know, you're always better off, I think, associated with people that are smarter, have more to offer than somebody certainly beneath you, because they're just going to drag you down.
There was, in this most recent interview with Jennifer on our channel, she mentioned, the police officers asked her about his previous relationships, and she mentioned a possible younger girlfriend in high school. Do you know about that? She said that Stefan would have been graduating later, so he would have been like 9.
There's pictures of her on my page. It's in the video from the cell phone. I think her name was Kendall, and they're probably going to talk about her real quick. I had 2 people come in. Missy Q, good to see you, says Stephen Stearns maintained Florida state driver's license. So what's his psychological excuse? Mentally ill people do not or cannot operate machinery or drive. End of BS from mom and dad. You know, and I'll go back to Jen Soto being able to operate her vehicle and drive with her mental issues and all of that. Like, unfortunately, you know, people are out here with traumatic brain injuries and on disability that drive every day. I don't know how much machinery he operated, but just because you have, like, I mean, think about it, if you look it up, or if you could somehow find statistically the amount of people who have traumatic brain injuries, brain cancer, brain tumors, anything to do with your head and cognitive issues, if you're not at a state to where you're unfortunately having to be taken care of 24/7 by somebody else, you're going to be able to have a driver's license and operate heavy machinery. I'm sure there's a statistic that we could look up that would show the correlation between people who've had traumatic brain injuries and that they have a license or can function normally. And then there's some that can't, that are on disability. The hollowed home Sasha doll, thank you for being here, said, I know most of us snuck out or knew how to get our parents or caretakers to cook for us or buy our groceries. It's not much different. We also don't know what he's told them about Jen Soto and Madeline. Absolutely. Exactly. And thank you for saying that. Absolutely. 100%. And again, I just want to say I'm not excusing what he did, and I don't think they are either. I just think that we also need to take into account how they treated him his whole life, and that's their son. All things serious, that I have a mental illness and I drive every day. Yeah, I have bipolar. I don't have a traumatic brain injury, but you know, I have no issues driving or anything.
19 or 20, and she might have been 15. I think that was said in the interview, but that's
We should
not
look
that's
that
not
up.
accurate.
He graduated on time. He graduated at 17.
Okay.
I'm not sure who she's referring to. We have seen in some other conversations with YouTube.
If you're talking about like records for his TBI, it might, what I was saying earlier is that, like, for instance, my husband, who graduated high school in like 90, it was 93, 95 or 97. I can't remember exactly. The school actually flooded and later burned down, and I cannot pull his diploma because the records are just gone. It depends on where you're at, especially like small towns and stuff. It can be lost in a fire. You got to think about these were probably paper records or very early computer records that, I mean, if the computer got a virus or something, it could all be lost. You got to think about the time period.
About the possibility of somebody younger, maybe underage. There's a possibility, Debbie and I don't recall, we might have met her once. Again, like I said, there was always a parade of kids passing through one time, but I've seen some information out there about this person, and I think one of Stefan's friends alluded to it in a conversation on another
Hey,
YouTube
Malibu.
about a younger girl. But I only assumed that it was an acquaintance and that there wasn't any type of relationship. And again, later, from what I'm seeing from the information I've seen out there, that there was never, to my understanding, there was never a relationship there. But we were made aware that this person was younger than what she appeared to be.
In the last
Malibu Surf, I played an interview with Stefan's dad from July that states that they've been through thousands of hours, and they say Jen Soto is not involved, and basically Stefan was working independently. We talked about that. You might want to rewind. That's where that was. Now we're going over Hidden True Crimes interview with the parents. By the way, this is Hidden True Crime. Please go subscribe to them and like their content. They are pinned at the top of the comment section and also in the description box.
few months, never then. But the other thing is do most parents stop their girlfriends at the door and say, excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you? The only thing I remember of her was Stefan coming in and saying, hi, this is so-and-so. I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? Get you some Cokes, chips, whatever, go up with you. And that was it. She came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't think they were up there having sex. They were just visiting. And it was only like a 45-minute visit. So who knows?
Right.
No. And I never.
And again, going back to how Stefan played them, like, I don't know about y'all, but if my boyfriend or male friend came over, I wasn't allowed to close the door. That wasn't happening. I lived upstairs and my parents were downstairs, but we weren't allowed to close the door. It sounds like he was allowed to close the door, have private time and all kinds of stuff. So again, it's just, he's very manipulative and probably gaslights them a lot. Rochelle said Stefan Stearns didn't even say the night at the hospital, no traumatic brain injury. You know, I think the parents have said, if the parents have said that, then I would believe that. And again, like, if you didn't have it, what justifies a traumatic brain injury, right? Like, if you have to have surgery, then it's obviously a horrible traumatic brain injury. If you have to stay overnight, a horrible traumatic brain injury. I would think that, like, if he just went to the emergency room and they didn't keep him overnight, he didn't even have a concussion, or it's not that serious. I don't know. It depends on the hospital at the time too. Like, if that's something they said, if it's something they're using to get him out of trouble, I mean, it could possibly be all of these things. I don't know. I would know if I had been there, but unfortunately, I wasn't, so I don't know. Rochelle said, yeah, she said it. So that would make me think that it wasn't that serious, but I wasn't there. And again, I mean, like I've said before, that's their son. They're going to do everything they can to try to get him off of this charge, especially with him gaslighting them and being so manipulative of them to make them think he's not involved at all, more than likely.
Questioned anybody. The other girls that he was with, he was in school with at the time, so they were his age.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that. Were most of his friends his age, or was he drawn to younger friends?
They were all his age.
As far as we know.
As far as you know.
Okay. I wouldn't think so. Angela.
It's also been mentioned, and I guess this goes back to John's question about him being childlike, Pokemon cards and some toys as an adult. Was that an interest of his? Was it toys, or was it simply Pokemon? Or
no, the Pokemon died when we were in Windermere.
Oh no, Pokemon. It's obviously it's a big cult collection now.
Yeah, it is.
It had told me fairly recently that it had become a big thing. Stefan was big into that at the height of Pokemon, but he said that the cards have a higher value now, and that there's a cult out there that collects this stuff, and it lives. He was always into the latest and greatest of toys. And my God, being exposed to all the toys available at Disney, forget about it. Oh my gosh. He
Hey,
was
Mallory.
Star Wars.
what are those
Kimagachis.
thank you. Those things. He had a collection of those, I don't know. Unbelievable. Lightsabers. Boy, you could forget how to come to the house. You could get your.
Sub Rosa said he won't ever be released, ever, in my opinion. I don't think he's ever going to be released. I don't. His parents might think that there's a chance. I don't know. The Hollowed said, heck no, my mom came bursting in the door due to some questionable noises in one of my music choices. I didn't even have the door shut or anyone over. I was cleaning and jamming. Right. And you hear them talk about, they were upstairs and she didn't come down fixing her hair or anything. So, next on the docket will be Jen Soto. She will be seen on one of the 75,000 pics of CSAM of Little Maddie for Cold Hard Cash. I hope not. I grew up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s and could claim PSD and anxiety for a lot of things. Me too. I grew up in the 90s, but I sure could too. It was a different time back then. Mercedes said, I don't think the parents are trying to get him off, just trying to get the death penalty off the table. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Get your head lasered off, lightsabers all over the place, and spend all this money on that. It's like, hey, but we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not 16.
Correct.
Well, both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Never got over
Gotcha.
it.
Okay.
Maintaining.
But yeah, it's odd to me that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those. What is it? The white helmets on the bad guys.
Star Wars helmet, whatever.
And the glove, whatever the glove was that.
Well, listen, you've got these guys that are just into this stuff and they just collect the stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
John, do you have any more questions about Stefan growing up or these types of?
Do you see that?
Yeah.
See the disconnect? How we were just never able to just get him to assimilate into adulthood, and said, hey, draw the line in the sand, step over the line, and now we're an adult. Leave this behind, or just visit it every now. But the focus is being an adult. I kept waiting for that shoe to drop, and it just never got there.
The other thing that we were chastised for apparently was allowing him to have a firearm. That was brought up, and that was for was it 25th birthday?
No, 21st birthday. He was
21 was a tattoo.
No, again, he was robbed at gunpoint at 18. And he swore up and down that when he became legal age, he was going to be able to defend himself. So when that happened, I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stefan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours doing.
So again, I mean, he was unfortunately supposedly robbed at gunpoint at 18, and his parents go out and spend 40 hours with a Black Op, or pay for 40 hours of training with a Black Ops instructor. Like, who does that? And actually at 18, I wasn't at home, but most parents would be like, well, you need to go get some way to defend yourself, not go pay God probably thousands of dollars for a Black Ops instructor to come teach their child how to protect themselves and all, So again, it just goes back to the coddling. I mean, and again, to reiterate, I don't think that they're trying to say what he did was not wrong. I think they absolutely think what he did was wrong, just like most of us do. But they're going to try to keep their child from being put to death in any way possible. Old Granny said, I don't think he will be released. I think he'll roll on Jen. I hope he does, because like I said, the cop said that he was independent in his actions. Donna said, hold on. Donna said, why didn't they ever question where he was getting money from to buy this crap? Yeah, they talk about the packages, and they said they actually did question him, and he would say it was saved up or something. And they said they knew it wasn't savings because he had no way to have savings. They talk about that, to be fair. Mallory said, It's kind of the vibe I get too, but I wonder if they've always been that way with him, like just blaming other folks for his crappy behavior. I think so. I mean, from what I see, yeah, absolutely. And I think they're still continuing to do it to this day. He is a narcissist and a master manipulator who gaslights. Veronica?
Not all at one time.
Right. One-to-one training with him.
Did competitions?
Yeah, we participated in competition. He was very responsible with that. Taught me a lot because he invested time in educating himself about firearms and what have you. But it was a method for me to bond with him because I wasn't going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. I wasn't going to get caught up in Gamagachis. I wasn't going to be doing that with him.
Or Warhammer.
But we did go and participate and compete in gun competitions, and it was fun. It was a bonding opportunity, and that's why I got involved with it.
Lauren, to answer your question, I did have another question. After the accident, you guys mentioned that you thought there were symptoms of PTSD. It sounds like maybe there could have been some depression too. I'm not quite sure, but
Yes. I completely.
Did you guys ever consider, or did you get him into counseling, or did you try to get any help for him at any point?
Well, he, as an adult, he was in counseling and
Years.
Yeah, for years. So I don't know. Obviously, we're not privy to what was discussed, what have you. But
no, I'm not. I'm not faulting you. I think I'm just more interested in whether you. I guess part of my question is whether you thought that his problems rose to the level of seeking help, or do you feel like they were kind of under that bar still?
I felt like a child. I thought they were under the bar. I never thought that, oh my God, he's so bad, we need to go and get him help.
Hey, Cara, Michelle, I think that I would too. But they're trying to kind of clear their name, give us some more insight into Stefan, and because they've been just torn apart by the internet. Oh yeah, Missy Q, absolutely. Absolutely, they're going to pressure him to roll on Jen Soto to get out of the death penalty. Absolutely. And I hope he does, because I cannot believe that he acted independently and Jen didn't know shit like the cops said. Or Jen wasn't involved. Not that they didn't necessarily say she didn't know shit. Especially, the video interview. I really hope he does roll on her. Real quick, Mayla's mom, I don't think they'll have the death penalty taken off either. Kalisa Katz said Stefan Stearns lied to his parents. The whole reason he needed self-defense was because he got caught watching the neighbor's wife naked by her husband and was threatened by the husband. Oh, wow. I hadn't heard that. I need to verify that. That's interesting. Yeah, Michelle, he takes, they both take Stefan's word for a lot of things when they probably shouldn't. But again, that's their child, and they loved him to the point that they smothered him, as they stated earlier,
So putting him in a hospital somewhere.
No, it was nothing like that. I mean, again, the son we knew versus the son we now know, two different people.
Yeah. And when he did get counseling as an adult, do you know anything about that? Like what age and how long, or did he talk about that with you guys at all?
He was still going through it up to 3 months before he was incarcerated. He was with counseling for years.
Yeah.
It was something he sought out voluntarily, or
yeah.
I think he did it because he wanted to get a marijuana.
Okay. So in other words,
LJ, it's in the first part of the interview. If you listen to the interview with Chris Stearns from July, the police state that Stefan acted independently.
That would imply that the reason he was going was for symptoms of trauma.
We don't know. We don't know.
I think he felt like he needed it to I don't know, for anxiety, depression.
He had anxiety.
To calm him. I don't know.
Okay.
John, he didn't want to attempt to do.
Real quick, sorry, LJ. We debunked that. I think it was 2 lives ago. Hio was up here, and she called the actual storage unit to ask about that storage unit that we saw the computers in, and she found out that it was actually their security system that are in the pictures of the FOIA request. So that has been debunked. The picture of the storage unit is not his storage unit.
To do something unless he thought he could do it well. It didn't.
Right, Adela.
It was hard to get him to take that first step to try something new.
Okay. So it sounds like he was also a bit of a perfectionist.
Self-perfectionist and a perfectionist with everybody else around him.
All right, thank you.
He was, I think he was an emotional bully.
Could you say more about that?
Well, because I think he wanted people to rise to his level when they're talking, if they're talking and they're not making sense to him, he would say something about it. People don't understand. Stefan had an IQ that bordered on genius. Seriously, I'm not saying that because I'm his mother. I'm saying he was tested. He was very high IQ, but the functionality level that he had with that IQ was not there. It didn't match unless he wanted it to. And when it matched, it was magical and it clicked. He could become almost expertise in anything once he did a deep dive into something that interested him. Unfortunately, nothing that he.
That's interesting because I've heard it stated, I've heard him talk about it both ways, that he had a traumatic brain injury, but he was borderline genius. Is that a possibility? Hey, Sherry, could somebody have a traumatic brain injury yet still be borderline genius? That's a good question. I'm gonna have to look into that. Right, so bro.
He went to find a job with interested him. So
yeah, was that testing done, by the way, as a consequence of the TBI, or was it? Let me back up a little bit. That after his accident and the traumatic brain injury, and I guess I should say what a TBI. I guess we haven't defined TBI. Maybe some people at this point don't even know what the TBI stands for. Traumatic brain injury. So in other words, it would be, in simplistic terms, it would be potential brain damage.
Yes.
So could you talk a little bit more about the aftermath of that? Was he hospitalized for a period of time?
Nope.
No, they treated him, kept him for a couple of hours, did a bunch of x-rays, did an MRI, him home. Because I think they offered to keep him overnight, but I wanted him to come home. I would rather be home than in a hospital exposed to lung germs. And I'm kind of weird that way.
So from what she says, they did offer to keep him overnight, but she wanted to bring him home. I'm seeing a lot of you are answering my question. A lot of you said yes. Hio said it depends on what area of the brain the TBI affects, right? Yeah, absolutely. Teresa said, yes, it is. It totally depends on the area of the brain, the level of damage, and the brain rehab. So if we're hearing, and hey, Zan, if we're hearing that they didn't keep him overnight, it wasn't that serious of a brain injury or a traumatic brain injury. So he could still, and it was the frontal lobe that would affect, or prefrontal cortex, which would affect emotions, impulse control, etc. So he could definitely have damage to the prefrontal cortex and still be borderline genius. And it sounds like the damage wasn't that prevalent. Now, again, to use that to try to get him off the death penalty would definitely be a problem because it wasn't that serious of a brain injury. Could there be damage? Yeah. Could they have lost the files in a fire or flood? Yes. Could everybody be lying to try to get him off the death penalty? Yes. All those things are a possibility. We don't know. I also think about hospitals during that time period. It's not like it is today. Back then they would have done whatever they had the power to do, some kind of scan. And if nothing showed up, they would have been like, he's normal. And then and it still happens today, right? Like you go to the hospital for something, they tell you you're fine. And then years later, you find out that when you fell off of a ladder and hurt your back and were told you were fine, it actually messed up 2 of your vertebrae or something. You know what I mean? So all of those things could be true. Hio said if someone's already borderline genius or highly intelligent before the injury, they may retain many of their cognitive strengths, even if some abilities are affected. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, like hospitals, but I ended up having to take him to a chiropractor to get him to walk straight again. He was walking on a cane for over a month.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So he walked in there on a cane. He walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx. So it worked. but the car had run over his pelvis and his low back.
That would
when it
be
hit
good,
both.
Rachel.
So he got double swatted.
Did you notice any memory loss from after the accident?
Yes, I did. He couldn't recall things.
Rochelle, yes, they're supposed to keep records for at least 20 years, but what if a fire happens and all those papers are in the filing cabinets in the records room before they had computers? Or what if a fire happened and there was some paper files and some computers, but all the computers melted in the fire and you didn't get the floppies out, the floppy disk out because they melted? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Heather, thank you for coming back. That's true, Abellas.
Things easily. We would have to sit down and refresh his memory on some things that happened. He would look at pictures and he would say, where was this taken? When was this? So yes, he lost a chunk of memory.
And so what was the cognitive testing or the neuropsychological testing, was that done later to kind of assess?
That was that was because of the school system.
Oh,
They highlighted him as they thought potential ADHD, and we ended up going through a doctor then who evaluated him, gave him all kinds of tests and everything, and found that yes, he is ADHD, and he wasn't before. He was very focused before. I mean, the kid was laser scope focused on things. After that, he couldn't keep a conversation going, or he would skip ahead. He would know what you were going to say. He could project out what you were going to say, and he would start answering what you were going to be talking about in 5 minutes before you ever got to it. And
that's interesting. Hey, Free Gaza.
It drove his teachers bananas.
Gotcha. And so I presume that whoever did the testing knew about the brain injury.
Yes, they had all the records from the.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That would be an interesting report to read for sure.
I wish I could find it. I can't. As we moved too many times, I don't know. It could be buried somewhere, but I can't put my hands on it. I can't. In fact, we would like to see the doctor's reports too, and I believe that because there was a lawsuit over the accident, there is a copy of it someplace in Sarasota in the county. So
yeah, his defense attorney will probably want to see it at some point too. By the way,
they know about it. They said they would find it. We got all the copies of the.
So if the defense attorney said they would find it, or if they have the ability to find it, I suppose we'll hear about it in trial. Pamela, I think he was young. Sherry, I mean, it seems like that's what they're alluding to. Oh yeah, I'm still here. We're gonna finish.
He was when he had that kidney surgery.
We're gonna finish this interview. It looks like we got probably about I don't know, 40 minutes left of it.
California, he was one of the first people that they used the robot on, and so they used his case in a book.
Oh wow!
Wow.
It involved one of his arteries being looped over the top of his ureter, and as he grew and his trunk expanded, it was pulling that artery tight, like crimping a hose.
Yeah.
And he was at a track meet, and after the track meet, he was in so much pain that we thought he was having appendicitis, rushed him to the hospital.
The pain was similar to having kidney stones. I mean, he would be in such excruciating pain, he would throw up.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm muted and talking away. I'm so sorry. Please don't forget to hit the thumbs up because it helps me get into the algorithm. I really appreciate that. And Crime All the Time sent a $10 super sticker. Thank you so much for that. That was super sweet, and I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for that. That was so sweet of you. Thank you. Carr said most of the records are sealed from Sarasota County due to him being a minor. Yeah, so I think we'd have problem trying to pull it. They are, Donna. I think they are grasping at straws to get rid of the death penalty, as any parent would, though, you know?
But he was, after the surgery, he was okay. It was successful.
Yeah.
Yes, except that it kept him from the military, which is what he wanted to do to begin with. He wanted to join the Air Force. He joined ROTC in high school, loved it. But when he went to enlist, they saw the scars. They were just little puncture scars, and asked him what it was. He said, well, that's where they went in and they fixed the artery over the ureter. There's no problem with his kidney after that. But because there was a kidney involved surgery, he was deemed disqualified. Passed all of his testing with flying colors, but because of that, they didn't let him in, and that was a real blow to him. It had kind of upended everything he thought he wanted to do with his life.
Yeah. So, and he would have been roughly what, like 19, 20 at that point when he applied for the Air Force?
18 straight out of school.
Gotcha. Okay.
In fact, I took him to the recruitment office.
Mm.
Did you notice after he was rejected for that? Did you notice any changes in his demeanor?
Very depressed, and very angry.
Okay.
Which ended up being so minimal, was going to cause such a huge rift in his life.
Yeah.
Maggie May said, as much as it makes me want to throw up, I can't help wondering what I would do for my son, or to avoid the death penalty for my son. And I think that's where we need to put ourselves at. Like, you're going to do anything in your power to avoid the death penalty for your child, you know? So I can excuse a lot of what they're doing. Right?
Interesting.
Donna?
Okay. And I presume that he couldn't revisit that after they were.
Donna said they should be talking about Maddie's scars from being sexually assaulted. And I agree, but they're being asked specifically about Stefan. They told what they know of Maddie. They weren't around her a whole lot from what I gather. But you're right. I mean, you know, but as a parent, I don't know, man. It's a hard situation. I do think they feel sorry for Maddie, and I don't think they're excusing what he did in any extent. They know what he did was wrong and that he's a monster, and they've called him that themselves. You know what I mean? I think they're just trying to keep it from being two people deceased instead of one, you know? But yeah, like LJ said, they're just answering questions. They're not, you know, they're not talking about, they're just answering the questions they're asked.
Do they reject him once, then it's...
No, it stays on their record forever.
Lauren, it sounded like you...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There was a phone call I was getting and it came up on my earphones and I thought everyone could hear it. So I apologized, but I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Okay. No, I'm waiting for you to make sure that you have all of your questions. I have a few more questions, but not until you feel like you understand.
I wanted to, yourself. Thank you guys for sending over kind of a summary of your thoughts before this interview. That was helpful to me. You know, there was one thing that I wanted to read here that really stood out for me. You said, I mean, there's a lot of things that stood out, but this is one that I thought was really interesting, given what we know about what happened with Madeline. I don't have page numbers here, but I'll just read it. You said Stefan has a deep empathy for people, and was the...
Sherry, I'm so sorry, and I didn't mean to highlight that. My computer doesn't react as fast as I'd like it to. I am so sorry that you ever had to deal with that.
Person most of his friends turned to when they were in trouble.
Yes.
And you also talked about how he considered becoming maybe a drug counselor and helping people with that, right? And so,
that was after David's death. Yeah.
And so I think what's interesting to me, I'll have you guys talk about that in a second. I just want to reflect on that for a minute. Is that I think there's this tendency to want to pigeonhole people and say, this guy's a monster, or he's a psychopath, or whatever. But when you say that and you talk about that side of him, I think it's important to recognize this is your son, and this is a complex human being with a lot of different emotions. And even though you guys describe him as a liar and a gaslighter and all, he's all these negative things. It's also important to remember that this is someone with a lot of empathy and someone who for the most part, it sounds like he did want to do good, or he wanted to be close to people, to be close to you guys. And so I just want to point out that people can be contradictory. Things are never as simple as they seem, right? And so I thought maybe I would just throw this over.
Absolutely. People are complex, and things a lot of times are not what they seem. Thank you, Hio, for being so helpful. And all of the mods. Thank you, everybody. And the people watching. Thank you all for being here and being so sweet.
For you guys to talk about those contradictions in your son and how he wasn't just one thing. He was a multitude of things.
Aren't we all?
Right. But could you maybe talk about, can you tell us a little bit about the empathy and the positives and the things you really loved about Stefan?
Okay. I'm a big animal person. He had such a love for animals. He was so careful with them. I mean, even when he was living with Jen, they found a kitten in the parking lot that was basically dying, and they scooped it up, took it down, and brought it back. She still got the cat. When he went to help us move Chris's sister out of a place where she was and into a hospital, because she has some problems.
She's in assisted living. She has dementia.
Yeah, she has advanced dementia, but she had a dog. Well, they found that dog in the apartment in horrible conditions with a harness that was grown into his body, and Stefan couldn't leave the dog behind. He brought the dog home with him, and on the way home, he called. He said, "We've got to get him washed. We've got to get him groomed. He smells. He's got poop all over him," and and so we did. We paid for that, and he brought that dog home, and
that's really sweet. Donna said, "Why would he go to the storage unit to get a gun to unalive himself if he already had one?" I think, first of all, the gun was taken when he was driving Jen's car. This was the night he left the hospital. And I think they're referencing him going to his parents' house to try to get the firearms from there. He has to tell his parents to say something nice. I mean, yeah. And that's a good thing to point out. Like, I just don't think that they're excusing what he did. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I disappeared because Sub said, hold on just a minute. So I thought I might have disappeared. Yeah, none of this excuses what he did, but I don't think that's their intention. You know what I mean?
that sailor, and that's who Jen has now as her ESA. So he loved him, loved his horse Rue, really did. Loved all the horses, loved all the poodles here. He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home,
and Heather, that's okay. You can disagree, and I appreciate that. And please share your thoughts and opinions in chat, because you never know, you might can make somebody feel a different way about it. If I feel like someone's innocent and you tell me why you think they're guilty, you might give me information I didn't have, and I might change the way I think. So that's the whole point of this channel, is for you to be able to speak your thoughts and opinions, and share that. And you never know, you might can make somebody feel different.
He could take Shadow with him, and Jen didn't want a big dog because he would jump up and knock Madeline over. So when the chance came to rehome Shadow, we did, and that broke his heart because we did that. But
Skippy the squirrel.
Skippy the squirrel, yes, he was always bringing animals home. He got bitten by a snake, and he came and got me. He says, he's holding his, it bit me. I went, okay. Found a bucket, had a splatter screen from the frying pan. I put it over the top of the bucket. We jumped in the car, ran to the emergency room, and I'm going in there. I'm saying, I don't know what happened or what it is, but my son's been bitten by a snake. Well, this is Florida, we've got quite a few. And I remember that the guy said, well, can you describe the snake? I said, well, yeah. I said, here it is. And I handed him the bucket, and everybody cleared the room. I mean, people were running. So found out that it was fairly harmless, but still, he would just reach down and grab them, pick them up. Lizards, the chameleons, the aquarium. Oh my God. And then he brought home this huge soft shell turtle that had been hit by a car. Well, we had a pool in the backyard where he could rehab that. And my horse was badly hurt in an accident, and I rehabbed him. And really, I think all of us kind of tended to go in that direction with rehabbing animals, and he was going to try rehabbing people, I guess. I don't say that casually. I mean it seriously. He had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have probably, but he never got addicted to it. So I think he empathized with people who did. If that helps, I don't know.
Okay, so they're talking about how empathetic he was, and how he's saving all these animals and things, and he empathized with people who, specifically the one I want to talk about is the empathizing with people who got addicted to drugs, even though he dabbled in things like that. That would tell me the traumatic brain injury did not affect his ability to be empathetic. You can't say on one hand that he had a traumatic brain injury and that could be related to why he did these things, while also stating that, he was great with animals. He was really empathetic, trying to save them, empathetic to drug addicts, and things like that. That's a problem. That's not good. So I do want to point that out too.
He always things that really made me angry, still does, is he always covered for his friends. He would lie to us about what they were doing when they were doing something wrong. LJ? And I felt like that was disloyal to us, because he would bring them into our house and ask us to help them. And I would, because my mother did the same thing to me. Any of us who had a friend in need, my mother's house was open. If she had a child in need, house was open. She took me back in when I needed it. During our almost divorce that everybody seems to be so interested in, it happened over 30 years ago. And if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger, why can't they just leave us alone about it? And I don't think that affected Stefan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months?
She's ill about that. The Hollow said, I'm also concerned that they don't seem to have tears for Maddie, but knew her half her life. That makes no sense here. They should continue to bring every replay back to, and we miss Maddie. Yeah, they're being asked specifically about Stefan, but I understand your point. It's good to see you, Rubber. Rochelle said, I don't think there is any data out here about TBIs making you harm children. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can pull up what I'm talking about real quick. Let's see. Can a traumatic brain injury make you a predator or a serial killer? It says, while traumatic brain injury or TBI can potentially increase the risk of violent behavior, it's not a direct cause of someone becoming a predator or serial killer. Most people who experience a TBI do not become criminals, and many other factors can contribute to violent criminal behavior, including pre-existing mental health conditions and social circumstances. The link between TBI and crime is complex and often involves a combination of factors. Let's scroll down. Key points to consider. Potential effects of TBI. A TBI can cause cognitive and personality changes, including poor impulse control, increased aggression, difficulty with decision-making, and impaired emotional regulation, which could potentially lead to violent behavior in certain situations. Research findings. Studies have shown a correlation between TBI and increased criminal activity, particularly when the injury affects the frontal lobe, which is responsible for executive functions like planning and decision-making. Important distinction. It is crucial to understand that a TBI does not automatically turn someone into a predator or serial killer. Other factors like pre-existing mental health issues, childhood trauma, and social environment play a significant role in violent criminal behavior. Oh my gosh. So, and then real quick, I'll read this last part. Leading theories for antisocial behavior hold that so-called difficult temperaments and neuropsychological defects contribute to life problems linked to crime. Traumatic brain injury, or TBI, is very common in young people. TBI often leads to cognitive and personality issues that might increase risk of crime. So that's what Google says on that. That's kind of what I was like, the correlation between the impulse control and poor decision making and things like that. Hold on just a minute. Now, hold on just a minute, and I will continue our interview.
A minute out of 44 years.
Did you talk to Stefan about that situation?
I agree.
I never gave him the reason why. And I was going to California because I had to have some surgery done, and I needed to have somebody that could help me rehab from it, because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
Oh, no, he was not.
So it was like a moot point.
I guess it was a point. But I didn't run away to California just to escape Chris. I went there because Chris was working and traveling, and I needed help. And my mother offered to help.
Okay. So you don't see that as having any impact upon Stefan?
No. If anything,
He was what, 7 years old at that time?
Yeah, he was in
7, 8,
elementary school.
yeah. Yeah, he wasn't part of it. There wasn't any confrontations because we were separated at the time. So it was just, no, he was not involved.
So just in general, as a child, how would you describe Stefan?
Before or after?
I would say it's two sides of the same coin. There was one side absolutely delightful and beautiful and wonderful and proud to be his parents, and there was the other side that came later that sometimes you didn't even like him. I mean, I can say I can love somebody, but I don't have to like them. I don't have to like the way they act. But that doesn't mean I don't love them, and that doesn't mean that we're ever, despite what anybody on YouTube says or anybody hints at, we're not abandoning our child. He is wounded. He is having PTSD in jail. He has lost a tremendous amount of weight. He is on heart medication, high blood pressure medication, which he was not before. And I understand that people think that he needs to suffer. Well, yes, okay. He needs to be punished and maybe he needs to suffer. But don't expect me as a mother to turn off my heart and say, buddy, you're on your own. I don't like you. I don't like what you did. And I'm not going to stand by you one bit, because I want him, for the time he has left on this earth, and we don't know how long it is, I will give him as much support as he wants and needs. I want him to be strong in body, mind, and spirit. I want him. So
she's explaining to you right now, to us, why she's doing what she's doing.
Him speaking to God. I want him asking for forgiveness. If we can do what we can to keep his mind active, because he is in solitary and has been for 8 months, I will send him as many books as he wants to read, and it's nobody else's damn
LJ, I get it. I wonder if she's going to mention her
business what I do with my money or where I send a book. They all have to be approved by the jail. So, and if we want to give him commissary money so he can have coffee or hard candy, whose business is it of it? Really? Wouldn't they do the same? Would anybody? I mean, I don't understand throwing them out like bad fish.
Yeah, our love is unconditional and unwavering. It's not going to happen. So I don't know how a parent could take that attitude and just abandon their child in spite of what they did. Obviously, there's a reason for what happened. He certainly wasn't raised that way, and we're just not going to abandon him. It's not going to happen.
You're his parents.
Yep.
right.
I'm going to read, just to reiterate this point. I'm going to read another short paragraph here that you guys sent that I think makes this point very well. And this is from you guys prior to our interview. It says, as long as Stefan remains on this earth, the love for our son is deep, unconditional, and unwavering. We will not abandon Stefan. We also are not trying to make excuses for him. He did this, and we know that now.
Yep.
So just like a parent, they're saying, we're not going to abandon him. He did this. We don't approve of it. We don't think he's a good person. It's horrible what he did. but we're also not going to abandon him. And like Jill said, it's the same thing. If he wants candy, he gets candy. Nothing changed. You know, I'm sure that they have empathy towards Maddie too. But to be fair, right now they're talking about Stefan. I am interested to see if they're asked about Maddie and see if they're going to say anything else about her.
So I think it's important to reiterate that not only the unconditional love, but also the recognition that your son did a horrible thing.
Can I say that we are 100% on board with the fact that he is possibly identified as the lone perpetrator of all this.
That does not mean that I'm letting Jen off the hook at all. I cannot believe that somebody let this go on underneath their nose for 7 years. I don't understand how she didn't have a connection with Maddie enough that Maddie could go and say, hey, maybe my, something's not right here.
Well, even the
or I'm
roommates,
scared or whatever.
Roommates even question.
So, to be fair, it sounds to me like right now they're blaming Jen and they're starting to talk about the roommates. So let's see where this goes, because I don't like this. You gotta hold Stefan accountable as well. So let's see where this goes.
Question Jen. I said, "You're okay with this? You're allowing this?" And I was like, "Huh?" And apparently she did.
But the immunity just galls me. I'm sorry, it galls me. All of the lies, all of the things that she did are all wiped clean. She never has to worry about it again.
Did they give her complete immunity?
Conditional.
Well, I think it's I forgot what they call it. Derivative. No.
Derivative.
Sherry said, "You cannot blame anybody for someone else's actions. You are responsible for your actions and no one else." And I relate more to Maddie than most of this audience. Sherry, I can see that. Unfortunately, a lot of people have been abused in their lives. I've been abused as well. And that brings up, and I'm not trying to attack you, so please don't feel like this in any way. But a lot of people who say, I love Maddie. I love Sebastian. The issue is, no, we can't say that and do that. We don't know Maddie. We don't know Sebastian. We love the image we have created of them in our mind by hearing about them from other people and seeing their pictures and understanding or being able to relate to the struggle they went through. But we can't say that we love them. Now, you shared a little bit about your story. You can say that you relate to Maddie, but I've been abused, unfortunately, as well, and I choose not to talk about it. And a lot of people here, unfortunately, have probably been through the same thing. So we can't say that we relate to any one person more than another unless you know their struggle. You know what I mean?
Immunity. Yeah. Which essentially means that at this point in time, she cannot be charged with that interview that she gave or what she shares with police. But if there's additional evidence of a crime that shows up, she could still be charged for.
Yeah.
Well, ask yourself the big question, the really big question out there. All of that stuff on the computer, all of that stuff on his phone, all of the money that was coming in by the handfuls and the way they were spending it. Where did it come from? And could she, obviously she also participated in
I agree. Rochelle said she's going to blame Maddie for not telling. She obviously doesn't know how long it takes victims to talk about it. Right. And I think she was saying more Jen should be held accountable for not being open enough for Maddie to feel like she could talk to her. However, I don't like how that conversation went at all. Again, I feel like they're making excuses for Stefan and blaming Jen instead of saying they were both responsible.
Spending money. So do you think she was at all culpable?
Right, Sherry.
We don't know that.
Don't know.
We're very, very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on. And of course, the police won't tell us anything about that. That was one conversation or question I had with them. And it almost sounded like they acknowledged Stefan and eliminated Jen, but something definitely was going on, and I haven't been able to figure that out. But I feel there's something else out there. There's a bigger web, possibly.
As far as I know,
Again, blaming other people.
That in all the images they have, there's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stefan.
Right. I think there's definitely a lot of interest in Jen's potential role, and it's certainly something we've raised on our channel in terms of what did she know and what was her involvement. And right now, my presumption is that while she may not have been the best mother, there's not sufficient evidence to really charge her with any crimes at the moment, or to implicate her, in any of the illegal proceedings that we know of. And that's not to say that can't change.
Yeah. So at this point, we, I guess the next step is the trial, unless, like I said, another shoe drops. But we're not expecting anything else. Of course, we haven't expected any of this either. So, we just sit and wait for the next wave of information, if there is anything. I still think it's an open investigation to some degree, but to what extent, I don't know.
I would like to say something,
Please.
and that is that for all that I thought that their relationship was toxic, which I did, we loved Maddie. And I liked Jen. I didn't love Jen, but I liked her. And I feel great pain for her having lost this child and her family. I can't put that aside, that she has lost her child. And so for that, my heart goes out to her, and I say prayers for her. I say prayers for Maddie. I say prayers for Stefan.
Yeah.
So she did reference Maddie and Jen as in praying for them, and says that she prays for Stefan as well. Again, I think they need to hold him more accountable, but they are his parents, and they overloved him. If I could guess. Sarah said, no one is accountable except who did the awful actions. They like to dig and see how the monster may have been created. Sometimes people have great parents and upbringing and are monsters, and vice versa. Right.
So much tragedy in all of this. It's just, what started out as going to a birthday party has turned into an absolute nightmare. I wish I was able to prevent him from going, but it was Maddie's birthday, and
she
that was
called
an
and
occasion.
asked him to come.
So
she called and specifically asked him to come.
No, yeah.
You happen to live, we've talked about this, in the same city as the Laundries, the Laundries, but Brian Laundrie's parents.
Yeah.
And people have compared you to them. And I want to point out something that I think is very clear from the FOIA documents, and that is that you've continuously cooperated with police. And I want to point that out, and thank you for that. And while your voices have sometimes shifted through the process, because as you've stated, you learn things along with the public, you were processing things. I know that since we've been talking to you, and admittedly we have talked to you before this interview, you share different views, and we've watched you sort of progress with the truth and the information that has come out there, just as we have, just as everyone has. And I want to point that out and acknowledge that for you, and see that you're changing your views and you're shifting your views and you're open. You also shared with us something that, I can't even fathom, as you learned about things slowly and we're, again, processing and taking this in, and you handed over evidence to police. Here you go. Here's this, here's this hard drive. Take whatever you want. You let them into your home. Police is what I mean.
They brought our dogs in.
Yeah.
I mean,
let her finish your thought.
okay.
No, go ahead. You can interrupt anytime. This is for us to listen to you.
Well, what's interesting, like I said, that Wednesday back in February, while I'm waiting to talk to the police, I'm not even sure they're even going to talk to me. The opening conversation was, were you aware that Stefan was in Northport? What exit do you live off of? Do you know that Stefan was in Northport? I go, what? You're serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour.
See, and they're still referencing tucking him into his hotel room, but I don't know. I think they're always going to make excuses for Stefan. I wish they had talked more about Jen and Madeline so far. We're at 135 of 157. But, and again, they've cooperated, like was just brought up. They cooperated with all the FOIAs, all the information to the police and all that. So, I mean, to be fair.
He's out of there. He actually.
Missy, we don't know that. Okay, first of all, we cannot be the voice of deceased or minor children unless there are children. Okay. Second of all, I don't know that Summer Wells, if you were talking about Summer Wells and Sebastian, I certainly hope they're not deceased. But we can't be the voice of anybody. We can want for them to have justice, and you can even go and protest or try to get laws passed or try to talk to lawmakers, politicians, and things like that to try to seek justice for certain cases and try to help. There's things you can do for these cases that touch your heart, but we can't be the voice like you, me alone, you alone, YouTube alone. We cannot be the voice for any of these children. If it was your child, God forbid, you're obviously their voice if they're no longer here. But that's the only way we can be a voice for somebody. These cases touch our hearts and we can talk about them, but that's about all we can do other than, you could go to try to have a law passed. You could talk to a politician. You could be an activist. If you got training, you could even be an advocate, but that's about all we can do. We can't say that I alone am the voice of a deceased or minor child, innocent child, unless they're our own.
He runs this St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport. And I said, you're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen called me, he goes, do you know where Stefan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where is Stefan? He isn't with you? I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left because I told the police that after I found that out. So he purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well, again, as I explained to the police, very forthcoming, that Saturday evening, he was having some sort of anxiety panic attack, and I've never, ever seen this expression on his face. Never. And something he had some sort of information and had no idea what it was, but he was really panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So, we're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one in both of them computer. One had nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image because, again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good. And I texted the detective and told him that I had some evidence.
I'm waiting to see if they talk about finding the hard drive, because he's talked about finding the 2 USB drives in the tower with the hard drive missing.
To turn over to him. It took them 3 weeks to come collect it. In fact, I had to remind them I had this and that it was sitting here waiting for them to come collect. And then to learn later in July, when I had a conversation with them before this information was dumped out, that there were 35,000 images on that USB drive. And I couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. I mean, he had to get access to a data dump of some sort, but it's just unbelievable. And why did he have possession of something like that? But every time we found evidence, I immediately notified the police. I mean,
we didn't want it in the house. It was toxic.
Yeah, didn't want it in the house, but at the same time, we didn't want any appearances of being complicit and trying to cover anything up. We were, at this point, we weren't interested. We wanted the truth out there.
David girl.
Yeah, I remember you sharing that, discovering the
David girl, I forgot to say hey to you, and I saw that you commented, but I missed your comment, unfortunately. Oh, here you go. Sorry about that, love. Diamond Girl said, he said what started out as going to a birthday party. Stephen Stearns didn't go to a birthday party. Maybe Stephen gave them the wrong impression of that. I think so, because she asked him in the jail call about going specifically to the birthday party, and he says that he got there afterwards. He didn't say that he was not allowed to go, Definitely agree with that.
That 30 over, I just can't even imagine how many images and learning, right, that Stefan had this in his possession. And I can only imagine.
I didn't even know I don't know how big that drive was, but I didn't imagine that you could hold 30.
I see y'all talking about the Chris Stearns paying for the hotel. I think Jen said she did pay for it, but I've heard people say that Jen paid for it or Jen paid him back. And I think I heard her say that they called Chris to pay for the hotel. I'll have to locate that, but I haven't been able to validate those. So when I validate them, I will go more into that. I think I remember her saying that they called Chris to pay for the hotel, but I could be wrong about that. Absolutely.
35,000 images on it, well, I guess they can hold gigabytes of stuff, so I guess they can, but it's just hard to believe it.
Miss Michelle said, no, that's not true. He was never invited to the party. What's wrong with these people? Right. I know he was not invited to the party. We know that. We know he wasn't even allowed to be there. But I think he told his mom he was going to the party because on the jail call, the mom asked, didn't you go to the party? And he says, no, I got there later. So I think he said he was going for Madeline's birthday party, if I had to guess. And then he says, I got there afterwards. Yeah. I think it's that they're refusing to believe he lied to them yet again. Right.
I feel sorry for the person who went through it and looked at every single image.
And the detectives did. Yep.
I mean, how do they unsee that stuff? How do they even? I feel like I need to give prayers for them. They really, that had to have been so hard, and people who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or throw her in the woods and let bears eat her, or whatever. I don't think that he did that. I think he was careful in placing her where she would be found quickly. I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when.
I agree with that statement. I think he actually went back every night, and I think he might have done some necrophiliac related things, but I think he also cried very much, prayed, was very remorseful for the fact that she was now deceased because of how he loved her. It was very sick. I don't think he wanted her to get eaten by the alligators. And it's also possible, first of all, alligators don't usually eat humans, but from what I understand. But secondly, I mean, I don't know if that would change if it was deceased human. But anyway, he could have gotten a flat tire trying to get to where he could place her where she wouldn't be found. But I think that he did want her to be found. I think he visited her. I think he cried. I don't know what else he did. I don't want to think about what else he did. But I can agree with the parents in that statement.
When the supposed disappearance happened and Stefan describing trafficking, what have you, I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, crammed full of other kids and going to be deprived of food and water and access to the bathroom for days on end and what have you. That was the impression I was left with Monday evening, and then carried over into Tuesday and even later to that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up and that there was something more serious involved. I mean, really, really ticked me off.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety, which we don't need in our condition. And that was what I was doing out there screaming at God. Why? Why would you do this? I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian, but I am a Christian, and I do love people. I just don't understand them all the time. But I do have empathy for them, and I do, even these people who have sent me some ugly things. I know it's probably hard for anybody to believe that I would actually say prayers to these people, but I think something triggered them, maybe something in their background, in their life that was similar. And I feel so bad for them that they see these things and then they relive it. I can't imagine it. I know what it feels like to feel helpless.
Do you feel that, so setting aside Jen's responsibility, that's still unknown, right? We can speculate, as you said, we're speculating, we don't know. Do you feel, though, that Stefan manipulated Jen?
I think they manipulated each other.
Yes.
I agree with that statement. I think they definitely manipulated each other. Diamond Girl said if they was just trying to make it look like she was kidnapped, why didn't he just toss her backpack near the church? But he chose to toss it in the dumpster. Again, I mean, Stefan Stearns was not even though his parents say he was borderline genius, especially in that moment, be it from stress, shock, whatever, he wasn't the brightest person. Fortuitous flat. The flat that a lot of people, myself included, believe that God caused to happen so that Maggie's body would be found. Madeline's, sorry, I apologize. Yeah, divine intervention. Absolutely. Yeah, so much for borderline genius, right? Toxic.
They manipulate. She was,
based on his actions, that Monday morning, he certainly knew how to manipulate her. I mean, going in to collect the dog, making sure she didn't come out of the bedroom. He's got Maddie up hours ahead of school. School didn't start till 9:38. He's got her up at 7.
Right.
And he's going out the door at 7:30. What's he going to do for 2 hours? I mean, when you see this timeline of stuff, and he goes, "Oh my God!" But again, taking the steps necessary to preserve, his privacy or his actions, and going in and collecting the dog, taking the dog out. And, hey, Jen, do you go back to bed? Oh, okay, thanks, appreciate it. Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was underhanded,
Yeah.
sneaky. I mean,
Yeah.
Lauren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. Because he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so
Don't know if that's the truth.
yeah, that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but
It's what he told you.
it's just
Lips are moving. Don't know if it's the truth.
Right. It's just what he's relaying.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you do a lot right now to protect and process what happened. I guess, do you have anything else, John, to say when it comes to this? Or
You and I, we've talked about this on previous shows, but I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like a very logical explanation to say it's an accident. It at least as much as saying it's premeditated. So yeah, I don't think it's clear cut. I mean, Stefan knows.
Stefan knows.
Yeah,
Stefan knows. We don't.
Whether or not he's telling us, we don't know.
Yeah, whether he'll ever tell us the truth, who knows? That's right. But I presume if somebody's going to find out, it would be you two.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't think he wants to put himself in a bad light with us. I think he wants culpable, but not completely culpable.
Yeah, there was just no way for him to communicate with us without everybody knowing. You can't have face-to-face meetings. Everything's either text with a tablet or a phone call, and it's all monitored. So we'll never know.
But
oh, go ahead.
Even when they are recording you, they still write things in the reports that are wrong. Can I assure you that I was never taken out of this house and not taken to an emergency room by the police?
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet? I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for almost 24 hours.
Okay.
Right. I had a business bill. They did bring in an EMT, check my blood pressure. It was a little low. They asked if I wanted to be transported anywhere, and I said, no, I'm fine. I just need to eat. That's not in the report. They said they gave the name of a hospital they supposedly took me to, which I've never heard of before. So I don't know how that happens unless they confused two different actions that night and put me in one place and with somebody else. I don't know.
Well, the two of you are going through the unfathomable. Like, honest, I don't think I can't comprehend it while you're learning that a little girl that you love is missing, and then learning that your son is responsible. You two are also dealing with a lot of, I'll call it this, harassment and threats. While you're just trying to process your lives falling completely apart, or what you thought was your reality completely being turned upside down. Can you talk a little bit about that too? Because I just feel like in this true crime community, the way we cover crime is important, and we so often dehumanize the people we're discussing. And I just was wondering if you could share a little bit about what you two have been dealing with.
Well, like I said, there's not a day that doesn't go by that we don't think about Maddie, and certainly we wonder about Stefan, and we wonder if we'll ever know the reason how and why this came about.
And so there they go talking about Maddie a little bit, and again, they were being questioned about Stefan, so they answered those questions. I don't know if any of us will ever know the real reason. I'm hoping we find out in trial, but I don't know if any of us will ever know the real reason. Yeah, LJ, no doubt. Real quick, I've got 3 comments. Diamond Girl said, this past week or so, it hit me about the laundry. With all this time on the road, did he really have time to do a full load? So did Jen help if she knew about the unaliving? That's an interesting theory. I think he did because the roommates are the ones that said he did the laundry and saw that. So are the roommates going to say that if they saw Jen doing laundry? Like, would they even bring it up? You know what I mean? Now, did she help maybe behind the scenes, or did they see her doing laundry too? And she was really helping to clean things up and they just thought it was her doing normal laundry? Absolutely, it's a possibility. You know, I don't know if we'll never ever know the answer to that either. Abella said, I don't like any of the adults involved with Maddie except her biological dad. The rest are trying to protect themselves and each other. They don't care about Maddie. Right. Heather Wells said, losing a child. Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to highlight that, but let me read the end. You learn to live with that pain. Unaliving a child would be a pain that I think would be worse. Yeah, and I'm not trying to like make us feel bad for Stefan at all, because that's not my intention either. I just think that because of his warped sense of reality he had about Maddie and what he was doing, I think that he you know, I think that it was an accident. But that doesn't excuse anything he did at all whatsoever. He's still an awful monster.
When did this start? How he got to this point? Why he didn't feel the need to come to us and tell us that he had a problem?
That's not the question.
What's the question?
The question is how we're dealing with the harassment, and I'm the one that's getting the harassment.
Okay.
I'm getting the ugly text messages. I'm getting the ugly phone calls, the horrible, horrible descriptions of what they want done to my son, the horrible descriptions of what they want me to do to myself. They've suggested several ways I can kill myself. One woman was so it was funny actually. She
See, that's horrible. Why are we doing this to the parents? They didn't know anything. They didn't have anything to do with it.
sent me a text and says, Deborah, there's a man in the woods. I'm sure that was supposed to scare me. Like there's somebody out there, you know, taking pot shot, going to take pot shot at me. Well, good luck. But I because I'm from the South, I guess I have a wacky sense of humor. But I wanted to send her a text back that says, sweetheart, this is the South. There's always men in the woods. We don't know what they're doing. They're pissing, they're spitting, they're shooting. I don't know what they're doing, but they're in the woods. So if you thought you were scaring me, no.
But yeah, people trying to scare you. Wow.
Yes, we have people saying that they're going to come down here. We have people saying that what they would like to see happen to me. And then have graphic descriptions of what they want to see happen to Stefan. Male and females do this. It's not that. And they can get to us no matter where, because every time we do something, like change our phone number, then they dox us again on YouTube and give us the new phone numbers. So, I mean, how many times do you have to change your phone number?
See, why are people doing that? Why are people doxing them, giving out their phone number? Why? What's the point? LJ, I do remember the emails you sent me, and thank you for that. Yeah, I would say, like Rochelle says, turn off your social media for your own health. I hope these people aren't harassing them. We got about 10 minutes of this left.
Or your business cards.
Gosh.
What do we have to do? Do we have to live in self-confinement all the time? Afraid to even go to the grocery store because somebody might walk up to me in a parking lot and accost me? Is somebody following us as we go around and we don't know? Cars parked around. We don't know if somebody's hiding in them watching us. Chris walked up the other day and there was a person out front with a cell phone taking pictures of our house. So, you know, said he was, what did he say he was?
He was taking some B-roll for somebody.
Where B-roll is, taking B-roll for a television show, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we're not the story. We're not the face of this. You know, like I said, we're just as shocked by all of this, and we know as much as the public knows, no more and no less, whatever's out there. And if we've missed something in some of these reports, well, again, as I said, we've seen enough evidence to convince ourselves that Stefan did this and was involved. We're not denying that.
I'll admit that I didn't believe it at first. I didn't. I do. And I'm not making excuses for him. But as for me.
And they're still saying involved, not accountable, not responsible.
The more people screw with us and the more lies they say, the more angry I get at them. Because why? What gives them the right? They have no skin in the game. They don't know any of us. They don't know anything about us, but they can sit there and just hold court on these shows, either by writing or by calling in and describe what they think we are and how we should be treated. Why? What does that do for them? And what does it do for us?
Right.
You got people who are brokenhearted, and your life is falling apart, and everybody's picking at you. Why? Why are people so mean? Why are they so vindictive? And why are they so ugly about it? I don't understand that. We don't do that to people. We wouldn't do it to somebody else. You think we live here where the Landrys are? You think we went and harassed the Landrys and said, "Why did you do this? Why did you help him get away? Why did you do that? Didn't you know what was going on?" No, it's none of our business. Well, it's none of their business about us either. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
But they're so attracted to it, and they're so inflamed by what they hear on the YouTube channels, and they're allowed just free reign. And somebody said that we put in a complaint against YouTube, and we never done anything like that. We believe in the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. It's freedom of speech, but by the same choice or chance, you can't scream fire in a crowded room. That's against the law. Well, why would you turn somebody? Why would you paint a target on my back, on my husband's back?
Right.
Why? What good does that do? You're not punishing the perpetrator. You're punishing people who had nothing to do with it and didn't know anything about it, and are just as brokenhearted as anybody could be. Maybe more so, because we actually knew these people and lived with them. These other people don't. They have no idea who we are.
Well,
I think it's really important to always keep that in mind.
hopefully today will help with some clarification and some understanding of your story and your situation. And fear is a very potent toxin, right? You don't know how that toxin is going to affect people, but you're seeing it. Unfortunately, I think you're seeing it day to day.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine how difficult it must be to deal with just an unimaginable grief, and at the same time to go through the harassment and all the things you're going through. That must be just a really difficult combination to deal with. So I feel for you guys.
I sought help. I went to see a counselor, and I saw about 6 weeks. And then I finally, just on the last visit, I said, "This isn't working out for us because you're not listening to me. You're falling asleep when I'm talking." And it gives me a bad taste in my mouth about counselors. That are you just nothing but a paycheck to them? And I went there for help because I am dealing with my own depression. So.
And I commend you for seeking help, whether or not this was the right counselor for you. It sounds like it is definitely not, but just to go and to seek that help is difficult, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
I hope that we can find something better. I'm sorry.
I wish I could find somebody that acted like they cared. Really, maybe somebody who's dealt with other people going through this. I don't know. This is a small town. I don't know what's available here. But
I mean, I hope she gets some kind of grief counseling because, again, with a child that's on death row or life without parole, it is like your child's deceased, but not at the same time. I mean, that's a different kind of grief. And I hope Jen gets grief counseling too for what she's been through. However, I think she's more responsible than she lets on, and I wish the police would see that just like we do. I mean, there's just no way.
I mean, what do you do? Advertise, "Hey, mother of a monster seeks help."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry you went through that. I the only thing I can say is sometimes in the mental health field, some therapists are a good fit and some aren't. So
now I can drive over to your house.
Yeah. Right.
But I thank you for listening.
I hope he does help her, and Maddie did too. And it. I've said before, the only thing good about, not trying to find positive in a horrible situation, but at least we know Madeline's not suffering anymore. And that poor child suffered for at least half of her life, And that's just a sad thing to think about. And the fact that she never told anybody, or supposedly never told anybody. I mean, how as a child do you bear the unimaginable pain and torment of something like that and never tell anybody? I mean, children do it all the time, unfortunately, because of the sick, sad world we live in. And I mean, it's just the whole entire situation is really sad.
For listening to us. It's been helpful, and you guys have been you've been supportive without being enabling, and very professional. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the way you present things in your podcasts or your YouTube channel. I think you go for the truth, and I don't think you don't embellish it. And that's my problem with some of these people, is letting people on there to vent that are lying, and they don't know it, and they've just been used. That's sad, but it's true. And in the meantime, we're sitting here being told, don't answer any of these, don't contact any of these people, don't try to refute it, because you just make it worse.
And that goes back to the statement, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Sub Rosa said, I appreciate you guys putting up with me. I appreciate your points of views, and I'm always open to changing my opinion as new information comes in. And I appreciate you saying that. That is what, we're all about. We should all be open to changing our points of views and opinions as more information comes in. Kalisa Cat said, we can stand up for Maddie without disparaging or tearing down Steppenstern's parents. We are not the judge and jury for what they may be responsible for. None of us are blameless in our own lives. Absolutely. I wish I had a round of applause right now. Thank you, Kalisa. Absolutely, 100%. Rachel says, I hope she finds some help. Is there a support group for parents of children who do these things? I don't know. I hope there is. I mean, I'm sure with, unfortunately, crimes like this coming out more and more often, compared to the past, that there probably is. Abellis said, Maddie first. Yes, you're going through stuff, but your son is to blame for everything. Yeah, I agree with that statement as well.
The attorney told us that, said, just be quiet. Don't try to stand up for yourself. Well, I'm not real good at not standing up for myself, but I've taken it for a long time now, and frankly, we're tired of it.
Yeah, understandably. Well, yeah. Thank you for allowing us to listen, and your voices. Every voice deserves to be heard and to listen to. Is there anything else you two feel like you want to share right now?
I am afraid that we will pass before Stephen does, and I worry about that.
Hey, Tanya.
I worry about who will take care of him. I worry about who's going to bury him, and that bothers me. We're too old to go through this crap. We are too old and too beat up. If he's executed, Chris has asked me if I want him to be there. And I said yes.
We were there when he was born, we'll be there when he dies.
I want him to know that there are two people in that room that are going to be sad when he's gone. And then we will send him with love. I'm done.
I'm gonna hit end recording now. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
All right, that's the end of that. I wanted to read some of your comments real quick before I close up shop for today. I wanted to go back up because I saw y'all were saying some things. Tanya said, I think in my opinion, Steppenstern's parents had to notice something wrong while Steppenstern's was growing up. No one can tell me differently. I think they did too. But what constitutes like your child doing, okay, let's just put ourselves in the position of, we caught our child when he had moved out and was living with roommates, recording a girl that lives with them, like recording them without their knowledge. I mean, my question would be like, well, why are you recording them without their knowledge? Like that's ridiculous. Like, don't do shit like that. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And then, you try to handle it without them getting in trouble so their record's not tarnished. And you think that works, that, stop doing that. Don't fucking do that anymore. And then it stops. I just try to put myself in everybody's position. At the same time, this monster was abusing Maddie. And how did she feel? It's and then Jen, knowing that these two or not these two, that Stefan if she knew, is abusing her child. I can't understand how she would let that go on and say, no, even if Maddie was like, I love him. No, sweetheart, you don't understand what you're saying. I need to get you some help. This person needs to leave my house, and he needs to be held accountable for what he did. I cannot, and that's why I have such a problem with Jen. I can't put myself in her shoes and think of any which way, shape, or form that, number one, is acceptable for them to be together, if that's what was going on, or number two, all this shit happened and you had no idea. Like, either way, I can't make it make sense. But I can put myself in Stephen Stern's parents' shoes and understand why they still support him. I cannot understand why Stephen did what he did. You know, and I try to do these things all the way, you know, from each perspective. Heather said, when does a grown up start becoming responsible for their own actions? Stephen Stern seems to have never been responsible or held responsible by his parents. Right. And can they be guilty of enabling their child? Absolutely. Are they guilty of enabling their child? I would say absolutely. But I don't think they enabled him to the point that they ever would have thought in their wildest dreams he would have done this. You know what I mean? Toxic said he certainly had issues growing up. I personally believe he's on the autism spectrum, but he was never diagnosed as possible. Like Malibu Surf said, parents are often blind to what their kids are up to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I try to be accepting of that, you know, because a lot of times you are. And it's hard because it's like, you know, I did not raise you to be this way. Why are you this way? Like you're blind to what your kids are doing because you didn't raise them to be that way. So you think they're not that way because that's not how you raised them. Abella said, Maddie was tortured, abused, and murdered by a monster. I could not care less for the Stern. Sorry. It's okay. I understand and respect your opinion. Absolutely. I understand. And I respect what you say. Queen Olive said, exactly. I had a feeling this is the only time he's been held accountable for anything. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the problem because he could be held accountable to the point of death. Jill said, if they wouldn't throw mud at everyone, maybe we could understand. You have some sympathy. Sorry, not sorry for saying that. No, you're 100% right. They do throw mud at everybody else and they do place blame on everybody else. And I can definitely understand and respect your opinion. Zan said he's a grown-ass man. He'll take care of himself. Yeah, unfortunately, he's been able to the point that he hasn't had to take care of himself. And unfortunately, it's a problem because, yeah, now he has to no matter what because of what he did. And he needs to. Toxic says she doesn't have time to grieve over this. Once again, she's on the back burner because she has to worry about Stephen. Yeah. Mayla's mom said, here's my thing and why I've always been so open with my boys. We can't stop our teenagers from doing certain things. How are we supposed to stop our adult children? Right. Hindsight is 2020, Maggie May. No, you can drop Eddie's link. That's fine. Also, Hio, my lovely mod, Hio Sandra, has a channel and I think she's putting out some more videos on Sarah Boone. So if you guys would check her out, she does some amazing work. LJ said, remember, Stephen Stearns blamed Maddie for doing that with the camera when she was little. I do remember that. He said that she did some weird things with the camera. Yep. Brenda said, Stephen Stearns going to have a reality check when he gets to prison. There is not time in prison, only opportunity. You're right. Mallory said that, but if the situation occurred, you wouldn't want them in trouble, but you wouldn't want them to victimize anyone else and make them get therapy, medicine, or whatever. Right. Yeah. You would definitely not want them to victimize anybody else, but you would want to get them therapy. Yeah. Kat Kalisa, Hidden True Crime did do this so that they would feel comfortable sharing information. Right. Crime all the time said there is no excuse for his actions. There absolutely is not any excuse for his actions. And I'll probably end on this. There's no excuse for his actions. But again, I just ask you to put yourself in the horrible situation of being a parent of a child like this. Would you turn your back on them knowing that you are the only person that child has to depend on while they're in prison for the rest of their life? And then add to that the fact that you were supporting this child and basically loved him and smothered him and coddled him to the point that he's an adult child at the age of 37 and can't get his ass up out of bed to go to work. You know, his whole entire life, it's been, you know, what Stephen wants, Stephen gets. He wants, like somebody said earlier, he wants the candy, he gets the candy. I mean, unfortunately, he's a monster. And I don't think that they saw it and knew, you know. That's the link to Hio's channel. Please make sure you guys subscribe. And here's the link to Eddie's. It says, Sarah said, once we are done with the live, All Things Serious, head over to All Things Serious. He's a friend of the channel and speaks about mental health. Yes, that is a great place to talk about anything you got going on mentally and just, vent for a little bit. Hio's channel was dropped again. Yes, she does some great Sarah Boone stuff. And with that, I'm going to go. It's been like 4.5 hours, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have the best night ever. I don't know what we'll be talking about tomorrow, but it'll be on the thumbnail later tonight. I love you all so much, and stay safe out there. And I will see you. Hopefully, I got to cook dinner, but I'll hopefully be able to be in Eddie's chat as well. And I'll see you guys over there. Also, I will be in Hio's watching her video if she drops one tonight, or if she's already dropped one. I don't know if she dropped one last night or not. So hope to see y'all in the comments over there. Have the best night ever. Bye.